Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please. We kindly request you to take your seats as we are about to start today's proceedings. And we request you to switch off your mobile phones during the session. Steve Jobs once said, "Technology by itself doesn't make leaders. Technology amplifies true leadership." Jobs was one of the most brilliant minds who ever walked on earth, a pioneer in technological evolution, and a man who has contributed immensely to the well-being of the field of IT. A very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Meld, a panel discussion organized by the Batch 19 IT faculty undergraduates of the University of Moratuwa. My name is Naveen Lenage.
And I'm Imal Shalenage, and we will be guiding you through the proceedings of the day. Technology is an important part of almost every job today. Whatever industry you work in, the technology you use is rapidly evolving. Entering a fast-changing tech world as a young IT undergraduate can be a challenging experience. With the solid intention of showing you the path on how to keep up with these changes in the IT industry, we have initiated this session. Meld 2022 is a panel discussion organized by Batch 19 undergraduates from the Faculty of IT on identifying challenges faced by young undergraduates when stepping into the IT industry. Now, before beginning this insightful conversation, why don't we have a glimpse at what Meld is all about? Presenting to you Meld 2022.
A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. We very respectfully invite Mr. B.H. Sudanta, the Dean of the Faculty of Information Technology of the University of Moratuwa, to address the gathering.
Very good morning to all of you. I think when I see this, that's what we need today. I think after after closing, actually we didn't close the university for officially, but for any time, but we conduct all the programs there, and we graduated all the students in time. But anyway, we didn't have students here. Okay. Because of that, to finish up that vacuum period, we need this type of events here. Okay? Then we can see that live faculty. That's what faculty needs. That's what I think students need. Okay? That the entire university needs this one. Okay? We have to do something. We have to actively arrange those type of things. And thank you very much for Batch 19 and especially that by Dr. Tanuja and to have this type of events in the faculty. Okay, we have to appreciate that one. And starting of these things, we are expecting much more this type of events in the faculty. And every time if you are having this one, then the faculty is ready to support to this type of events. That's what I think. Initial that when we start this discussion at the one name mentioned, Steve Jobs. We know the giants of the fields, Steve Jobs, and like that we can have the big list of these things, and those are the successful people in the field. We have to follow them. We have to learn much more things from them. Okay, and many things of them that they have added to the industry, and not only that they have added to the entire community. The useful things from their lives, we can extract certain things from to adapt our lives also. Then our lives will be easy. And not only that, their vision and how they have had that difficult periods, that's the important thing. We had the same thing in last couple of years, starting from the end of the 2019 and beginning of the 2020, we had this difficult period. And for those 2 years, that we didn't know that how to face those things. But anyhow, we managed to do it. And we actually, before that, we didn't have that online lectures in the faculty. And we didn't conduct the online examination in the faculty. But anyhow, as a team, as a unit, as a one family, we did those things. And with the support of the very great support of the students, and we were able to finish those things. And that credit is going to the faculty staff and also the student also. And those are the things, and we are gathering to our life, day-to-day life. But when the challenge is there, but we didn't know that previously that one was not happened. But anyway, that the new challenge is there, we have to face that one. That's how we are learning and going beyond that. And as I mentioned that the Steve Jobs is the first name that we have mentioned here, but we have some other people also here. That personally, I don't know about that, but I know about that. We need some kind of Shakti Veer Singh here. And Tuan also like that. And I think that they will explain that their lives also. Sorry that I know that how difficult period you had in the faculty sometimes that, and then in your life is not easy here. And anyway, that you entertain the life also. And this is a lifetime experience you are receiving. As a university student, this is a lifetime experience. This experience will not, you will not have any day in your life later. Because of that, you have to take the maximum benefit of this one. Learning is one thing, but other important things is also this. Actually, why we are having this type of events? And tomorrow morning we are having Fit Sixes. Why do we have those type of things? Because we can learn many things, and we can teach you, and then fundamentals you can learn. But on top of the fundamentals and on top of your subject knowledge, what are the other things we have to build up? We need skills. That's a very important thing. 50-50, we need skills. Without having skills, you know that in the industry, you will be obsolete. And organizing this type of events, what do we expect? The first important thing is leadership. Okay? You should be a leader. And when you go to the industry, you will learn that one. That all of you can earn a good grade. Sometimes you can have first class also. But industry is not looking at only the first class. They need a good leader. Having that leadership in mind, you can do a lot of things. You can face the challenges also. When you go to the industry, you have a lot more things to do. The main stakeholder is the industry. And sometimes that you might have that different pathways also. But anyway, that what faculty is looking for this one. We need much more industry-related programs. And we have to bring the industry here. And you have to go there and make these relationships. And then you will learn lot more things other than what we are teaching here. That's the important thing. That's what faculty number one needs today. Okay, we had this vacuum period, and after that, I think we know that some kind of quality drop also may be there. But why University of Moratuwa is in this level today? Because of our seniors, because of our past students. They brought this level to the university. Now, today our responsibility is, the first thing we have to maintain that level. After that, we have to uplift all these levels while maintaining the quality. Then this quality improvement should be there. The number one we can improve the quality is that you have to have the good relationship with the industry. You have to go there and you have to not only the guest talks, but live experience is very much useful. Then you are doing that one, then you can gather skills also. After having these fundamentals and all the knowledge and skills on top of that, then you will be creative. Then that's the other important thing industry needs. Okay. Then when you go from the university as a University of Morato graduate, you can join to the industry. Then after that, you should become the average person in the country. And you have to serve to the country. And you have to serve to the entire nation, the entire world. Then maybe in 1 year time, you will become an IT graduate. But that is not enough. You have to become an average person, average human being. And not only that, taking that all the technology and other things in mind, you have to be a good person. If you don't have love in your mind, if you don't have that some kind of the human feelings for the other people and the environment, you are not a person. You are not a person we are looking for. And we need an average person. That person can look at, they can understand all the challenges and all the changes in the environment also. You know that these days we are having another difficulty. The University of Morato, I think industries also know this one. And at the moment, I think this is not a big secret to hide here. At this moment, University of Morato is highly suffering from a lot of financial difficulties. Maybe in December, maybe after December, we will not have that even a whiteboard marker here. And each and every department will not receive 2 bundles of A4 papers hereafter. And we have to pay bills more than 175 million to the outside people. They have given certain things here, but still we don't have money to pay those bills. And some of the people are coming here and struggling to take their money. And some of them are telling that, okay, return our goods now. Even that we have used those things, they are expecting those things also. They say that we can sell after that. It doesn't matter, give our goods. But those are the things, those are the challenges at the moment we are facing from the university administration side. And students, I think compared to the previous years, what you are suffering today, when you go to the canteen, when you find a boarding place, on average, I think you need 20 to 25,000 per month to live here. It's a great challenge. I think your parents, they cannot afford that one. Some of you might be able to face this one, but many of you. And while discussing with all these people, and then we are maintaining the canteen and other facilities here. But that is, administration is trying to do that one. And what we expect from you, you have to improve the quality level of the faculty. We have to improve the quality level of our degree programs. Then you have to go to the industry and have this type of events. And later on, that when you go to the industry, you can come back to the faculty and support us, because that your juniors are coming. That queue is there. Okay? And our seniors are also here. Then we can join with them and have another program to sustain this one. Otherwise, maybe in 4 years' time or maybe 2 years' time, we have to close the faculty. We don't know that from the country, from the government side, we don't expect much more money here. But we have to earn certain things. But you are in a very good field. You should be able to do that one. Without doing a traditional tuition class here, that you should be able to make a small web page and to sell that one to the outside people. Okay? Without doing some kind of part-time jobs here and there, and without doing tuition and other things. Because you are in the IT faculty. You should be able to do that one and earn like that. When you do that one, the entire faculty will be rich. Then we will be able to face these difficulties. And another thing, we greatly expect that your support also from the industry and our seniors also. And we are in a real danger situation. And if we join our hands together, we should be able to face this one. Okay, I think that's enough. And I think batch 19 student, that you know that the great people are here. They are the giants in the industry. They will be the legend of the industry. Okay, you have to take the maximum benefit out of this event today. Okay, hope in that one. I'll tell. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, it is time to open the doors for this enlightening conversation. Let us now recognize our honorable panel of experts who would enlighten your minds today. Our first speaker is a human resource management professional with over 28 years of local and international experience and exposure, specializing in the IT industry. He also has a strong combination of industry and human resource management experience in global environments. Mr. Pupudu obtained his bachelor's degree in computer science and his master's in human resource management from the University of Colombo. He has over 28 years of experience in the field of software development, project management, and human resource management. He held positions of software engineer, project manager, director of software development, director of human resource management and process development, and vice president of human resource management at IFS R&D in Sri Lanka. Mr. Pupudu joined IFS at its inception, and in his 23-plus year journey, he contributed immensely to the success of IFS operations in Sri Lanka. He is a visiting lecturer at the School of Computing at the University of Colombo and NIBM. He was the president of the Sri Lankan Association for the Advancement of Science, Computer Science chapter during the year 2014. He served as a faculty board member of the Faculty of Information Technology at the University of Moratuwa and the Faculty of Computing and Technology at the University of Kelaniya. Mr. Pupudu became an independent HRM, people and culture consultant in the year 2021, and he works with Zone 24/7, Acumatica, Sumati Holdings, and a few other IT companies. An exemplary individual with a vibrant personality, Mr. Pupudu Linege, we very respectfully invite you to take your seat on stage.
Our second speaker is a senior project manager with over 10 years of experience in the IT industry. He also has 8 experience in project management with exposure in the digital and data science portfolios, mainly in the banking domain. He obtained his bachelor's degree in information technology from the University of Moratuwa and obtained his MBA from the University of Bedfordshire. Mr. Shakti started his career as a trainee software engineer at Edsanit Business Solution in the year 2011. He then joined Sutra Technologies Private Limited as a software engineer in the year 2012. Mr. Shakti has over 5 years of experience working at LB Finance Private Limited. He was appointed as an assistant manager, IT projects, and was later promoted to senior manager in his 3rd year working at the company. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Shakti Veerasinghe on stage.
Our next speaker is an associate tech lead at Virtusa Private Limited with over 5 years of experience in software development with full stack proficiency. He obtained his bachelor's degree in information technology from the University of Moratuwa. Mr. Stuart Schaffer joined Virtusa as a fresh graduate in the year 2017. He has extensive experience in the areas of IoT, design and development of enterprise-grade mobile solutions, and the development of server-side solutions. He was also able to support the project Modulo for initial 3 months as a full-stack developer, followed by 10 months of experience for an internal POC named Digital Labs. Mr. Tuan was assigned to the healthcare, insurance, and life sciences domain, where he worked in Proxy Hub and then VLive projects. He has contributed immensely to the success of Virtusa as a senior software engineer. Let us warmly welcome on stage Mr. Tuan Schaffer, a young, energetic individual to inspire the gathering.
The fourth speaker who will be joining with us for today is Mr. Amal Kalwarachi, who is the head of the infrastructure team at the Dialog Data Center and a visiting lecturer at the Faculty of Information Technology, University of Moratuwa, with over 20 years of experience in project management. Mr. Amal is also a chartered engineer and resource personnel at IESL Sri Lanka. He graduated from the Department of Electrical Engineering and has obtained his MBA in IT from the University of Moratuwa. Mr. Amal acquired his MSc in Project Management from the University of Bedfordshire in UK. He is an accredited data center tire designer, certified data center professional, project management professional, and an associate professional at the Green Building Council of Sri Lanka. Mr. Amal Kalwarachi, as an exceptional persona with an outgoing personality, we cordially welcome you on board.
Next, in our lineup of panelists, we have Dr. Shan Jai Singh, a senior lecturer at the University of Canada with over 6 years of experience in telecommunication and software industries. He obtained his bachelor's degree in electronic and telecommunication engineering from the University of Moratuwa and obtained his PhD from Swinburne University of Technology. He is currently serving as a senior manager in business development at Syntax Genie Limited, and he is a consultant in project management and a senior project manager at Axiata Digital Labs. Dr. Shan Jai Singh, a charismatic individual and a visionary leader, we cordially welcome you on board.
Last but not least, we have Mr. Kasunjai Singha, who is a Chief Technology Officer, Project Manager, and QA Engineer at Champsoft Private Limited, a software development company specializing in application solutions for the healthcare and finance industries. He had gathered many insights into the industry as a quality assurance engineer and an associate software QA specialist at Open Arc Systems Management Limited. Mr. Kasun obtained his bachelor's degree in computer software engineering from the University of Wolverhampton, and he has completed his higher national diploma in computer science at ESOFT Metro Campus. Starting his career as a software engineer at Forza Private Limited, he gained exposure to the IT industry. He follows information technology trends, cloud, cybersecurity, and human behavior as his interests. With around 8 years of project management and around 4 years as C-level manager current company experience, he is a tech enthusiastic who is ready to empower so many talented young IT undergraduates just like you. We cordially invite Mr. Kasunjai Singh on stage to contribute to this thought-provoking discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now introduced our panel of experts who will be inspiring you for the next few hours. Our moderator for today is Ms. Anne Pereira, an academic and staff member of the Department of Interdisciplinary Studies of the Faculty of Information Technology at the University of Moratuwa. She earned her bachelor's degree in information technology from the University of Colombo. Ms. Pereira also holds BSc Special in Industrial Management from the Viable University of Sri Lanka. Her research is focused on management information systems and business studies. The stage is set and the audience is ready. Ms. Anne, over to you.
Check. Thank you, Imal Shah and Naveen. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you all and welcome you all in the room and also joining us online. So, our purpose to have today's session is to create the space for sharing ideas and create a large group discussion where everyone in the audience is encouraged to get involved with questions, comments of all your ideas. So we'll start each topic with first three panelists in the chair, and if anyone has something to share, add, or question, so you can ask and engage. So let's start with the first topic. It is the challenges in employee recruitment and selection. So when in this audience, it is the majority who are the third years who is still willing to go to the industry for your industry training. So it's really a very significant topic for you all to get involved and discuss and take the challenges and get to know what are the recruitment policies and how this industry is really engaging in when recruiting you as interns software engineers. So this is time to welcome Mr. Pubudu Lianage. So it is time for you, sir. Thank you very much for joining, and over to you.
Machine is there, right? Laptop? Thanks. Thank you. Very good morning to all of you. And it's a pleasure to be back in this faculty after some time. So I have been associating with this faculty for around 10, 12 years. I sat in the faculty board under 3 deans, Mr. Vitanage, Mr. Karnaratna, and Mr. Sudanta. And also, if you ask me, I have been contributing to the education system, universities, when I was in IFS, and quite a lot. And if someone asks me to which university or which faculty that I have contributed most, it's the IT faculty. So the network lab. And student scholarships and donations, equipment, and we have done a lot as a company, and I was in the middle of the center. So it's a real pleasure to be back. And so welcome again. So more than me, it's the team did the presentation. So they have put my name there, but it's not me, it's the team. And thank you, kudos for what you have done. It's a great work, and it's a pleasure to see students getting involved in this kind of engagement and doing smart work. I'm really happy. So, right. Okay, my topic is very relevant these days, and recruitment has become a challenge for companies more than individuals. And there are few reasons, and in current context, mainly because of brain drain, and people are migrating, people are leaving the countries, especially very senior people from companies, and turnover ratios has gone up when it comes to the industry, and it's very challenging to find people with right skills. So, and when it comes to you all, so when it comes to recruitment, it's a twofold discussion. One is companies. For companies, it's very challenging, but for you all, if you have the right skill set, right knowledge, right skills, right abilities, and the motivation, and your future is bright. Because this industry, especially the IT industry, is a very stable industry, and it's very fascinating, and you can find a lot of rewarding careers there, but you have to make sure that you have the right ingredients to be successful in this industry. As the Dean sir said, it's not only the degree that matters. When I talk to students, I always say it's like an equation. So the BSc degree or whatever the degree that you obtain, you can put outside the bracket, and that's common to all the people who pass out from university. They will get a degree. But inside the bracket, it's the most common factor, right? BSc. But inside the bracket, there will be ingredients or differentiators that differentiate you from the rest, right? So you need to develop those skills, abilities, knowledge, and especially soft skills if you want to differentiate yourself from the rest. So that is important. So you need to think about those, and you need to focus those at this time. Make sure that you are not too late to develop those skills, right? So that's my starting message. So when it comes to the IT industry, I'll go through these slides very quickly. IT industry, most common companies are software product companies, software service companies, right? Then we have the BPM industry, business process management industry. It's more, when you talk about the IT industry, more focus is given to IT product companies and IT service companies. So most of the companies you hear, these names are IT product companies. And it's a very, like if you look at the industry, there are about 600 companies functioning very well in Sri Lanka. There are few large companies, and unfortunately during last few years we didn't see any new companies coming in, but there are a lot of small companies, startups, and individuals also working from home for US, Europe, these companies. So that has been a very attractive proposition these days. And sorry. Yeah. So it's about 600 companies, as I said. So there is an industry forum where all the software companies are part of this industry forum that is called SLASCOM, Sri Lanka Association for Software and Service Companies. They have and also Export Development Board working closely with the IT industry. And there is a projected revenue forecast, 1.8 billion revenue by 2022, that is this year, and to become a $3 billion industry by 2024. So when you say from 1.8 billion to 3 billion, the main resource base is you all, the people, right? We need to have people with right skills. So it's like a chicken and egg situation. So companies want to come to Sri Lanka to invest and start software companies, and we need people with right skills. When you say people with right skills. And universities are producing graduates, but we don't have the right numbers, and because the industry is not expanding. So that's a very challenging situation, but obviously with these numbers, I think we should be able to meet the targets or like our ambitions as well. Right, okay. So there are few slides about trending technologies, and if you look at these trending technologies, it's wide array of technologies that companies are using now, and cloud platform, mobile platforms, analytics, those are currently in use. And you can access this material from SLASCOM website, and they have done a survey that is to assess the skill gaps of individuals in Sri Lanka. So this is publicly available. So you can go to SLASCOM website, download the PDF and read. It's good to read, good to see what's coming. And then they have got some information about trending technologies in coming 18 months. So it's machine learning, AI, blockchain, and big data. Those are becoming very popular, and especially in European and US markets. So when it comes to technology professionals, in employment perspective, majority are software engineers. And then you get systems and network engineering, more into tech areas, software engineering, systems, networking, and then you get BAs. And I think when it comes to ITM, you get a lot of BA potential graduates from ITM, both software engineering and BAs also. Then client support, QA has become a very popular area, professional area today. And then when it comes to next 18 months, it will be cybersecurity, UI, UX both, and Scrum Masters, Agile, project management, and software project management, and DBA kind of areas as well. And then we have to look at what are the attraction and retention drivers in this industry. So attraction drivers are the drivers that attract people to the industry, and retention drivers are the drivers that keep people in the industry. So obviously the company image, it's an attraction driver. And then competitive pay. You have to pay according to the benchmark salary levels in the industry, and that is competitive pay. So IT industry is a very known industry for competitive pay, and people can earn a lot, and also you get extra allowances. And the company culture, those are great cultures if you compare with other industries, and IT industries are more flat cultures and not hierarchical, vertical kind of organizations. It's more horizontal organizations where power gaps, power distance are very low. So it's good to work in these companies, right? So life is wonderful when you work in these companies. And then work from home or hybrid models, and that has become very attractive. And then flexibility that you get, work time arrangements, and options to study while you work, do your masters, those are very attractive. And performance driven pay. You will, apart from your starting salary, your career progression and your remuneration, advancements, all will be based on your performance. You perform well, you are rewarded well. And then the exposure and experience that you get, foreign travels are very common, and the exposure that you get working in global companies, and teamwork, work-life balance. And most of the IT companies are learning organizations. They have learning cultures and massive learning opportunities where you can learn, you can grow, and you can achieve. So if you want to achieve something in life, there are ample opportunities in our tech companies where you can learn a lot, you can grow with the company, grow with the people, and you can achieve wonderful things in your life. And then career progression, obviously. And if you are a high potential graduate and your skill set are much higher than others, there are fast tracking, right? Fast track careers, you can advance very quickly, right? So if you build the right skill set with you, you can become a senior software engineer in 1 year or 2 years' time. You can start as a software engineer. If you don't have the right skill set, including your attitude, commitment, and everything, you can become a senior software engineer in 4 years also. So that's the differentiator. In companies, some people are seen, some people are recognized. So whether you want to be seen, just seen, or whether you want to be recognized is up to you. The university will lay out the foundation, will give all necessary skills, knowledge. It's up to you to build your abilities, and companies will facilitate learning opportunities, mentoring, and everything, and it's your responsibility to grow in that career, right? And then companies will give you mentoring support, as I said, and fairness and equity will be there, and rewarding results. Meaningful work, always, and highly respected areas are diversity, equity, and inclusion, and most of the companies are global companies, so you get those concepts in place, especially when it comes to diversity, non-discrimination, equity, equality, all these are there, inclusion, and leadership opportunities as well. So what is employee value proposition? That is what you get from a company. When you join a company, you need to look at what the value proposition is. So what the company offer you. So competitive pay, motivation and self-respect, and opportunities to climb in the career ladder, that is fast career progression, right? And then flexible working hours in hybrid work settings, and that will give you work-life balance. And hybrid, when you say hybrid, it can be like X number of days working from home and another couple of days working from office, like that, a hybrid setup, or completely working from home, remote working. So those options are there. And you get good exposure to local and international markets, and competitive compensation, and a lot of benefits, right? And then you get good mentors from companies, and also diverse and inclusive culture. So culture matter a lot. Your retention, majority of, if you look at it as a percentage, major part of that percentage is company culture. So culture includes performance, your support you get, how caring the company is, everything, right? and then comes the important part, hiring. Right? So if you look at the Slashcom report, you will find top skills employers seek from new graduates. Like analytical and problem solving is number one. That's creativity, your ability to look at a problem, break down into multiple components, and come up with a good analysis, analytical part. You need that, obviously, your logical thinking. And ability to acquire new knowledge. So when you obtain a degree, it doesn't mean that you have reached a destination. It's just the beginning of your journey. So when you obtain your degree, you can be around 22 years, right? 23. You will work until you reach 60, 65, 70, if you're lucky. So it's a long journey. It's just starting, right? Now you are dependent, right? If you look at your status now, you are dependent individuals. But once you get your degree and obtain this degree, and when you become graduated, right, you will be an independent element in the society. So it's a long journey. You need to start your career, you need to grow in your career, you need to build your family life, your professional life, you have to plan for your future. It's non-stop challenges in life, right? And communication skills, please develop your communication skills. Every company, or most of the companies, majority of companies in the industry are either global, international, or their clients are international or global. So it's important to develop your communication skills, presentation skills, speaking, listening. Communication includes listening also. Listening, speaking, and writing. So please develop those. That's where most people get stuck. That's a big differentiator when it comes to the industry. And then I will not go through the details, but there is like teamwork, ability to work independently. So these are the areas that companies look at when they hire graduates. And reasons for failure to fill graduate vacancies. Sometimes companies say there are a lot of vacancies, but we are unable to fill. There are a lot of gaps. Why? One is lack of availability of required graduates, supply shortage. Required numbers are not there. Some of niche areas, like if you look at data science, AI, machine learning, it's not easy to find those people. And then graduates are available, yet inadequate, incompatible technical skills. And the other one is incompatible or inadequate soft skills. Companies are not that worried about technical skills. Companies hire for attitude, but train for the skills. So we can hire and we can train. Most of the companies, we have training departments. So people can be trained, right? But soft skills are important, starting from teamwork to communication to everything. So you have to develop your soft skills also. So these kinds of events will help you a lot to develop your soft skills, leadership skills, negotiation skills, all these. And incompatible salary expectations of graduates. So software engineers and IT people are very demanding these days when it comes to their salaries. So companies do struggle, yes, right? Because cost base is increasing, and most of the global companies come here to Sri Lanka, invest here because of the cost differentiation also. When the cost base increases, it's a kind of alarming for companies as well. That's the reality, to be very honest. So incompatible salary expectations and etc. Some others. Yeah. Okay. So, and IT industry has moved to value addition, value-added work during last 5-10 years. That's why I said machine learning, AI, big data, data science has become very popular, cloud computing, all these. 60% of the IT workforce was involved in business analysis, software engineering, and quality assurance, but there's a growing shift towards higher value-added work. So that's what we have to target, to be involved in value addition, not just doing pure software engineering. So that's an ambition of the industry and companies as well. And then when it comes to, I will go a little bit into details if I have some more time. Yeah. So recruitment challenges. Recruitment challenges are twofold. Companies have recruitment challenges, and you all have challenges to get recruited. So that is twofold, right? So one challenge is the brain drain. people leaving, migrating. So this time period especially, it is increasing. It's heavily increasing, not only the IT industry, across all the industries. So people are like applying for migration, foreign jobs, and they are leaving. So that's a challenge to fill those vacancies. So you get vacuums in certain layers, right? So when you lose a person who has been trained for 3 years, 4 years, and 6 years to be a tech lead or an architect, when the person leaves, it creates a big vacuum in the company, organization. So that is one challenge. And skill gaps, it applies to you and companies both. Finding the right talent with right skill set. So develop your skills all the time. It's not only the knowledge, your skills and other abilities matter. Your motivation matter. How you handle things, and especially your commitment, your attitude, all these things matter. Your soft skills matter a lot. And develop, and most importantly, communication, negotiation, presentation skills. Teamwork, attitudes, develop those. Those can be changed. Attitudes can be changed, right? If you have negative mindsets, if you are passive, make sure that you work on those. Soft skills, attitudes, and candidate ability to apply knowledge. Having knowledge is one thing, but applying knowledge into work is another thing. You can have a first class, you know everything theoretically, all the fundamentals, but applying that in your work is another dimension. So make sure that application part is also taken care of. And also demanding work from home model. Not every company can provide work from home 100%. So some companies prefer hybrid, some companies prefer full-time work from home. So that's also a challenge, right? And then candidates' expectation in terms of compensation and benefits are rapidly increasing. I touched that. And then comes the USD pegging. Very attractive these days. So most of the IT companies who are in international business, they have pegged their salaries to USD. So the benefit that companies get because of rupee devaluation is passed to the employee. But not all the companies can do that. Companies in local business, they don't earn any USD or foreign currency. So these companies are struggling. So that is the reality, right? So those are kind of, now people are demanding. When you interview a person, they say, with pegging, I need this amount, and work from home 100%. Some companies say yes, some companies say no. Not all the companies can do everything, right? And waiting time, when you try to hire experienced people, sometimes it's 3 months notice. This is the reality, right? So you hire the person, you give the person the offer today, and we assume that the person will come after 3 months. So 3 months notice period. And about 1 week prior to the join date, the person calls and say, I got another offer. I got a counter offer from my current company. So the company, we wait 3 months, right? So that is kind of unethical. And also, people accept job offers and they produce whatever these compensation and benefit details to their current companies, other companies, and they demand, and they get like counter offers, and they don't join the companies from where they got the offer. But they don't inform also. So that's a challenge. That has increased during last 1 year. Guess you all agree with me, right? It's a very challenging thing for companies, because companies wait, they plan, they budget your time. And after 3 months, when people say, we are not going to join you, sorry, I got another offer, that puts the company in trouble. So those kind of situations, you have to be in those shoes and see. Then you will realize. If you have your company, if you come across that kind of situation, what would you do? And last moment of rejections, yes, and also different perceptions about employer brands, right? And then they came up with some concerns, right? Student concerns. Right. So universities have been teaching stuff that's becoming less relevant to what employers are looking for, causing a massive skill shortage. Right? So what can universities do? Now I'm talking to you all. You say, I intentionally kept this slide. You say there's a gap in what you are taught and what's there in the industry, what industry expects. So what do you expect the university to do? Teach everything? Teach every small thing? Everything that is like asked in the interview? Everything that you get when you work? Don't expect that, right? Universities can put the foundation, give you the knowledge, but growing in that is up to you. If you want, right, knowledge is, how much is the data card? 200 rupees? Take a data card, right? Use internet, Coursera, Udemy, and lots of material. If you want to learn, if you have the desire to learn, you can learn, right? So the foundation will be there, and building blocks, the pillars, that's your responsibility, right? So if you say there is a gap, soft skills, it's again up to you. It's up to you, right? And expanding the knowledge horizon, it's again up to you. So it's not like our days. When we were studying, if we had the need to learn something extra, either we had to go to the library to get the book, only one copy was there, right? Or you have to go to someone who had the knowledge, right? Wait outside the room until we are asked to come in, and then you go inside and then ask the question and get those things clarified. But nowadays, it's at your fingertips. Just one click, right? All the knowledge is there in the net. PDFs, LMS, material, all these are there. So find ways to learn, right? Life is not something that you get everything on a silver tray. So you have to struggle. That's the art of life, right? You have to put effort also. And metrics that universities are using to define success, such as credit hours, have become significantly outdated. Time as a metric isn't a good indicator of outcomes. And there's a gap between higher education and what employers are actually looking for. If I put it like this, when it comes to IT industry, it's not like that. So if you look at most of the universities, the curriculums, universities get the industry input and universities update the curriculums. I have taken part in many curriculum reviews. So curriculums are up to date. Generally, the education system, there is a problem, like starting from school, yes, I accept that. But when it comes to IT industry and ITM and BA, QA, those industries, professional careers, I don't think that that is relevant, right, or valid. So again, it's up to you to fill those gaps, right? And employers ultimately care whether you can apply what you know as opposed to just memorizing information. That's true, 100% true, right? Memorizing or parrotizing, right? Giroda, those will not work in the industry. It's your ability to apply what you have learned. So most of the companies in their competency frameworks, they will have your ability to apply your knowledge and expertise as a trait, as a competency they measure. So having knowledge is one thing again, and ability to apply it to your work and applying it creatively, innovatively is another thing, right? So memorizing won't work. You don't have to memorize, right? Everything is there in the net. You can browse it. Knowledge is there. You don't have to memorize anything. And how can you manage those, mitigate those? Strong industry-university collaboration, partnerships, different programs, yes. And productive and focused mentoring programs. That is very true. You need to collaborate with the industry through different forms. One is internship, get the maximum benefit of that. One is events like this, get the maximum benefit of these events. And also, I think you have the mentoring program where you send students to the industry and get the maximum benefit of that. I have done many mentoring programs with many universities. First day they come, yes, and second day we have to call them, right? Don't do that. So when you get an industry mentor, it's a golden opportunity to learn, right? To understand the industry. Industry people are not aliens, right? So get those opportunities and make sure that you grow, right? And internship programs, yes, and establish institutes, career development office, career development programs, career guidance, career counselors, and tech boot camps, right? Those are some areas where you can like mitigate those things. Yeah, that brings me to the end of the presentation, the session. Don't know whether I took more time. My final key message is learn, grow, and achieve. This industry is a wonderful industry, a great industry, very stable. There are many rewarding careers, right? So again, the university will put you the foundation, right? What you build on that foundation is up to you. Whether it's wonderful or just ordinary, it's up to you. So again, learn, grow, achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It was such a fruitful and meaningful speech. So I have one question, and I thought of this question from a person or a student in the audience aspect. So, and of course, Mr. Shakti, Mr. Tuan, and Mr. Kazum can join and add more things for this question. So, as a student, yes, I will get in intern position somehow in a reputed company or somehow. So some may have a question like, if I'm having, yes, I have the internship, but if I like to retain in the company, right, as a permanent employee after my bachelor's and all, so what would be the criteria from the company aspect that company is really looking for as a candidate to make as a permanent candidate from the interns?
Okay, and like finding a good internship is also a challenge, right? So you have to work hard. So your commitment, your attributes, the differentiators that I talked about, those things matter. And when you join a company as an intern, that's also work, right? It's a win-win thing. It's 50-50 thing. You work for the company, you learn, you grow again, right? That's a kind of a period where you can learn about the company, processes, practices, corporate environment, corporate culture, people, everything. And also, the company also will get a benefit. Like it's a benefit in the sense, not a pure benefit, because it's a kind of a contribution to the industry. Internship, 6-month internship period, companies help this industry to build the capacity that is needed, the skill set of people, undergrads, right? So when you are an intern, you have to make sure that you build those differentiators, whether the company will just see you or whether company recognize you as an intern, right? That's the decision companies always like look at when it comes to hiring you as a permanent employee after your graduation or not. Say, the company I work for, IFS, we took a lot of interns from this faculty, and majority of them, after the graduation, we came behind them, right? And we recruited them without any doubts, because we knew that they are the people that we were looking for, right? So companies look at how you perform as an intern, your behaviors, right? Most importantly, your behaviors. I know that 6 months period you can't do much, you can't produce much, right? But your behaviors are important, your commitment, how you apply your knowledge, and how you learn, how you grow, how you get the mentorship, those things are important. So you have to showcase good behaviors. When I say behaviors, those are like competencies related, right? And good behaviors during your internship. If you do so, if the company recognizes you, a permanent job awaits. That's there for you. When you graduate from the university, definitely the company will come and recruit you. You don't have to apply. Company will definitely come and recruit you. Did I answer the question?
Thank you very much, sir. And we'll have a Q&A session at the end of the first session. So please keep your questions, please your questions for that session as well. So we'll move on to the next speech, and we have Mr. Shakti Veerasinghe, and he will be talking on managing young workers' work values, attitudes, and behaviors in IT sector. It's so related and so significant for you all as well. So we'll hear for that speech as well and go through this session. Over to you, sir.
students. Okay, so here today my presentation is young workers, attitudes and behaviors in the IT industry. So basically, as Pooja says, this presentation also was prepared by team, basically students of IT faculty. Thank you for that. They have done a marvelous job. So I didn't even change one word from the at the presentation, because actually I wanted them to prepare presentation because it's their academic project and they work hard, and I really happy to see such presentation from IT faculty. So let's move with the faculty presentation. I mean, since this presentation or this delivery is not for the dean and the academic staff, actually, they wanted, so we are here to deliver something for you, deliver some value to you. Because of that, actually, I need you to interact with me. Okay, you have to. I know that questions, Q&A section is after the presentation, but you can even ask any questions, and I want you to answer for that. Since I am not the one who prepared the presentation, I don't know what its content. I'm not responsible for that. If you have any question regarding whatever the things and the content of the presentation, definitely Kalan and team has to answer that because they was responsible for that. I didn't say. Okay, so let's start the presentation. Kalna, go to the next. So okay, today we are going to discuss about. Today my presentation topic is young workers' attitudes, behaviors. Okay, so you know that in every company, Pupudu also touch slightly on how the culture, the company cultures, and how the employees should be behaving. Especially when it comes to the young workers like you guys, definitely you should know how the industry has been formed. So how you should behave in the industry. Okay, how should your attitudes formulate in the industry. So when it comes to the IT industry, you know that mostly in our IT industry there are young workers than old people. I think I am correct. So, but when it comes to the other industry, there are mix of different ages. But especially in IT industry, since it's a tech industry, most of the time we see young people. So it's very important. So you also very young. So it's very important you all to know what is meant by young, and why it's so different. Okay, and why you are discussing that. So basically, if you are working in a project or in a company, let's say you will be definitely in a industry in next year or within few years, then there will be set of people. Okay, so when there are set of people and doing some project or whatever the activity to achieve a common goal, so there should be a relationship. Okay, if there, so in companies or in industry also, the employee and employer has a relationship. Okay, when it comes to the relationship, so basically it's the relationship we have to manage. It's not related to the relationship, the professional relationship like employee and employer, but also it's relevant to your personal life also. If their relationship, I think the one will agree with me. It's the relationship we have to manage. Okay, otherwise, because when it comes to especially when it comes to the industry projects, we have to manage our relationships. So managing is something a difficult task. That's why managers are there. So they have a different discipline. They have a set of theories to manage. Okay, so we are discussing those things. What is leadership and why do we need manage people? So any idea why do we need managers? So you can speak up, because I need you all to bring something from this presentation and this discussion. So, any answer? Why do we need managers in industry? So, without managers, can we run an organization or whatever the setup? So, let's assume in your home or in your faculty or in your badge also you have reps, right? You have batch representatives. So, why is that? So, you have to manage. If you have to manage something, okay, you have to what? You have to whatever a hierarchy or whatever the setup within the people that you are involving with. So that's why we need to manage. Okay, it's the managing styles can be different, but if when the people are interacting with each other, okay, and if they are achieving a common goal, definitely there should be management style. Okay, there should be managers. Next slide. Okay, so when it comes to the current era, current industry, okay, so so now we are in which version of industrial revolution? What is the version of industrial revolution in current era? Do you know? First, second, third. So we are in the fourth industrial revolution. So today, I mean, in this year actually, the whole world depends on information. We call the information and data is the power of the world in current era. Okay, so now the management styles also have been changed. Now in industry, especially when it comes to IT industry, we don't believe a very hard and fast managers. Very you know that in the previous era, you know that there are managers who has a super power than their followers, and but when it comes to the especially in the IT industry, we don't maintain that kind of management styles. So because we encourage people to be leaders rather than managers. So what's the difference between leader and manager? I need answers, otherwise you all are listening and I'm talking. There is no point of having that kind of conversation actually. So it's okay. What is the difference between a leader and a manager? You can just guess. සිංහලෙන් හරි කමන්නේ නැහැ කියන්නේ. මොකද්ද වෙනස? ලීඩර් කෙනෙක්ගේ මැනේජර් කෙනෙක්ගේ. There is no specific answer for that. There are, you can formulate the answer and tell. Any guess? Kalada? Come. You can answer. No, you know the answer. We discussed that. What's the difference between the leader and a manager? Okay. Yes, definitely. So manager wants to get things done, but leader wants their followers to be motivated and do things. That's the difference. Okay. So so in this year actually, when it comes to the IT industry especially, we always I mean, as a managers or as leaders, we always needs our followers, our team members to be self-organized. Why is that? In the IT industry, can we train people to do the same thing? Can we train people to do whatever the code in the same way? No. IT industry, there are different roles in IT industry: engineers, business analysts, QA engineers, lot of data scientists. So when it comes to the tech industry, like that, definitely we want our team members, our employees, to be self-organized and achieve whatever the target, whatever the goal set by the sponsors or whatever the clients. Okay, so because of that, actually we need leaders. So why it's so important for you? So you will be in the industry in next few years. Okay, you need to know what these managers or what these superiors in your company expect from you. They will not. They won't expect you to be a robot who is a very to be specific for a one task and achieve it in repetitively. So that's not the expectation of the industry. The repetitive task can be automated. There's a separate domain, we call it RPA, robotic process automation. If you are doing a repetitive task, definitely it will be. So your role will be not will be there, definitely. You have to find another role there. So because of that, actually you need to self-organize, because being self-organized can't be automated. It's something very unique for humans. Okay, so the leaders are for there to guide you, motivate you, encourage you to achieve whatever the goal set by the whatever the it could be a project sponsor, it could be a company shareholders, whoever. Okay, go to the next slide. Okay, what is meant by young workers? Am I young? Of course, I am young. You can see me, I am young. So it's just a global definition. Actually, young workers mean a young worker means that the definition is kalana, I think 18 to 25, right? That's a young worker. That's the age category. But definitely we are not young as per the definition. But we don't restrict to that the age limits. But the industry, the world has identified young workers as a different subset among the all workers, because they have a unique thing over others. So that's so important. That's important for you and also the SMS board for the company shareholders. They know they should also identify what is the difference between young workers and the old workers. Okay. So these are the things that we discussed in the presentation. You also know that you should also know what are the difference between young workers and others, because when it comes to the attitudes and values. So we will discuss these things later, but you should know the values and attitudes or behaviors are very different young workers, and because of this you are different from others, you have to formulate your profile in a different way. That's very important. Pubudu also discussed that thing. So since you are young, you can do that. When you are getting older, sometimes you can't do that. That's happen naturally. Okay, but genetically, you can change your profile, change your attitudes, change your behaviors. So that's why we are discussing today. So let's move into the next slide. Okay, work values. In industry, there's a norm called work values. You can see some sort of work values are there: integrity, excellence, pride, okay, simplicity. Do you have any idea what is work value? Why do we discuss work values? You know how to run a Java code. You know how to be a data scientist. You know how to do your technical task. So, on the other hand, have you ever imagined how you should formulate your work values in the industry? It's very important. What is meant by integrity? Actually, I'm not going to explain these jargons. Okay, you can find these jargon from, you know these things, and you can find by Googling, but I just want you to foresee the potential of these things and get an idea how you could, how you will be able to plug these value to your profile. Okay. So when it comes to integrity, what is integrity? The previous question asked by the asked from the Pudu also. So at that time asked how intern can be, how it can be for what is the possibility of, what is the facts behind intern to be to be recruited as a permanent to the permanent card. What are the facts that the particular intern should be considered? So one aspect is the technically. So in every organization there are two sides. The first one is run the business. To run the business, so definitely you should have the capability, your talent on what you are doing. It could be your technical capacity on as a software engineer or a quality assurance engineer or whatever. The other side is, the first one is run the business. The second one is change the business. Okay. Any business, whatever business can't be survive without changing. You know, in that industry also. So whoever the corporates now we are dealing with in this industry, they are trying to change their business models. Otherwise, these companies can't be survive. To change the business, okay, how this change is coming? You know that a lot of business have been changing now. So when it comes to the IT industry, some business started with different business models. Now they are doing a different thing. Okay, previously they could have done different apps. Now they are going into other domains. No, then you know Alibaba started with web portal to deal with items. I mean, they expose with a different domain, but currently actually they are looking over a finance domain. Likewise, there are business model changes are there. These changes are not coming only from the management or not only from the shareholders of the company. Okay, the employees of the company should have a capability to change the business. They should bring ideas, they should bring innovation to the company. So these things are very important because these things actually coming from the blood of the employees, not only from the shareholders' thoughts or whatever the coming from the upside. So from downside also, a lot of things are coming. For that, the employees as young workers are very important when it comes to the change the business. They should bring something to the company. So for that, actually integrity, the leadership, okay, your attitudes, so those are very important. So that's why we are discussing with work values. You can just Google these things and see how these things are incorporated with the industry. Next slide. These are some important work values that we should consider when it comes to the IT industry especially. Okay, respect others. Okay, so now your profile, your attitudes, okay, should be formulated and it should be manipulated in the industry. You have to manipulate your profile into the industry to match with the best opportunities. So that's why we are discussing these things. The adaptability. So adaptability is so important. So most of the companies run their business on the agile concept these days. So agility should be there. Business also very agile in these days. So you should be adaptable to the industry. So adaptability is very important. Self-organization, dedication. Because these are the very common things, but I need to highlight those things to you. Okay, attitudes. It's very important. So actually, I need to share one of the story with you. Actually, now you all know me as a senior project manager, but 10-12 years ago, if you ask about my profile from Tanuja. I think Tanuja will answer for that. I'm not the same guy who is standing in this place at that time. Okay, so the attributes actually actually at that time I'm also from this university. We are the first batch actually who actually I'm from batch 8. A student of our batches, 8 or 12 students I guess, 12 students suspended due to some disciplinary action. Okay, at that time. අපි කියන්නේ රැක් කරනවා කියලා. හරිද? අපි ඇත්තටම රැක් කළා නෙවෙයි. අපිව රැක් කළා අපි සස්පෙන්ඩ් වුණා. හරිද? මම කියන්නේ ස්ටෝරි එක මම මේක දරගන්න ඕනේ. So that's in 2009 I guess. No, 2008. At that time we as a batch actually we went for some you know that students are very aggressive at those times. Now also you also I know you also may be very aggressive. We had a lot of arguments with our academic staff. So we wanted our 12 students to be in the university. We had to cancel, suspend the suspension. So we took a lot of actions against that. So now as a professional in the industry, so now I see how we behave in that particular incidents. Okay, at that time we can't foresee our future in that age, but fortunately actually we could manage to face that incident, and we all again got to the faculty without any with any trouble situation, and we got managed to finish up our degree without any barrier. But anyhow, so those are, actually we have a change of attitudes. At that time our attitudes not like that. Okay, we are very aggressive. We don't want to listen to any others. But when it comes to the professional career, okay, we have changed our mindset in the industry. That's why I'm speaking. So basically, you have to be very keen on how should your attitudes set in the industry, especially when you are dealing with others. Okay, you have to be very positive. You have to take whatever the opportunity you will be getting in the industry. Okay, so there are a lot of theoretical aspects that you can read from the in the internet about attitudes. So as a managers, actually we appraise a good, a positive attitudes always. So because the company, the industry always need a positive mindset rather than a negative mindset. Okay, go to the next slide. Okay, these are some facts that these facts actually all these facts brought by my team members. Brett, so the young workers are very ambitious. They always need something to be happen. Okay, they are very ambitious, and they want to achieve a set of specific milestones. So the managers or leaders also know these things. That's why they always motivate young workers to achieve whatever the goals. The energy level is very high. You know that when it comes to the project, when it comes to the project deliveries, most of them at industry, the young workers are working late night. We are not motivating people to work night, but that energy level is there. But that's very important. That attitude is very important in the industry. Express the willingness to involving in challenging works to evaluate their skills and their self-esteem. So these are very important things that you have to keen on, and when you are in the industry, definitely you have to set your attitudes and you have to be very positive whatever the task are delegated to you. Go to the next slide. Okay, so behaviors. So that now we discussed work values, then the attitudes and behaviors. When it comes to the young workers, young IT professionals, their behaviors are actually, the industry expect a different behavior from the young IT workers rather other different age categories, because the adaptability is there. So they are, the young workers in IT industry very adaptive, and they also very I mean, when it comes to the industrial changes, the behavior of the young workers are very helpful to the industry, to the whatever the organization to change their business model. So that's why we encourage young professionals, the positive behaviors always. They have, I mean, in every organization there is a unique culture. The culture is organized. The culture is organized not from the external factors but also the internal factors. How the people are behaving, how they respect each others, how they react to whatever the processes made by the superiors. So these are very important. How they act to situation. Most of the time the situations are there where you have not expected, and in such situation you have to react yourself in a different way. So it's very important you all to be positive and behave yourself in a good manner. Otherwise I mean, when it comes to the interaction with each other, you will be categorized as a different, your behaviors can be categorized as a different. So, when it's, to be a positive worker and to maintain your profile as a good, you have good behavior on that within the company. So, it's very important you to be very positive and to maintain your behavior. These are some other points that we discussed at the last discussion. Adapting and responding to the change demand of the organization, we discussed that. And developing and maintain positive attitudes contributes to team success, the same thing that we discussed now. Find motivation to engage their work and proactively contribute to the wider development of the organization. It's very important. The proactive contribution. So we can, the young workers, most of the time young workers they are very proactive. They are not waiting to until we ask anything to do. They are coming, especially when it's come to the project deal. So my experience is in most of the time in the projects, when something happens in the projects, a lot of issues in the projects, most of the time young workers are coming. They are stand against whatever the barriers, and they help the team members, other team members to go forward and accomplish whatever the task given to them. Okay, so influences of behaviors. So same thing actually, nothing special than whatever thing that we discussed earlier. So actually, I need to in my presentation and my speech, I need you all to enlighten. I need to enlighten you on how you should how you should formulate your profile. So now you know that with these things, you already know that how the attitudes work on industry. These things you have discussed already, but think again. Think, and you have to imagine how you should set your profile, you set your attitudes, behaviors, work values in the industry. So don't be specific to the whatever the domain that you are following and technically. So these interdisciplinary subjects are very important. So when you are going with your career and when you are growing your career in your career ladder, definitely these things will be very helpful to you to be grown up. Colin. Okay, that's all what I have to share with you. So anything you want to ask from me, you can ask now, or do you have a different session, right? We have a Q&A session, right? Okay. So that's all. Thank you all.
for your valuable speech, and I have a very small question for you, and other panelists also can add value to this. A small question from the perspective of students, and that you have mentioned in the presentation that in IT industry specifically, the people or the employees should be self-organized. So all the people should be self-organized, even the people outside in the IT industry should have that quality. But specifically relating to the IT industry, what sort of qualities in terms of self-organized should they have, and should they, deploy and enhance?
Uh, the being self-organized, this concept actually coming with a concept called agility. Most of the time, so previously actually, let's say 10 or 15 years ago, we didn't talk about agility, agile concepts. But later, after 2008 or 10, I think the agile concept was very familiar with
Sir,
the IT
I'm audible.
industry.
Yeah, you can not hear me, right? I'm audible, right?
Uh, in agile concept, there is a phenomena called being self-organized, because when it comes to the, that in the project management, there's a project management concept, methodology called waterfall, where we plan everything before start the project, and we know the timeline, we know how to what to do and how to do, and we can execute. So that shows the traditional tradition. That's how we traditionally deliver projects. But when it comes to agile is not limited to that industry. It's in manufacturing and other industries also. In due to the change of the, due to the behavior of changing environment, most of the time changes are there, and although we plan for something, end of the, when we deliver a particular milestone, there could be changes identified by the key stakeholders. So to adapt, to implement whatever the change, there is a cost. So that's the concept behind the being self-organized. To reduce the cost, actually, it's there is a concept called agility comes to the picture. The team members, or who are the team members working with the particular task or a project, they are trying to identify these particular changes, not the latter part of the project, but the before that. So that's the concept. So for that, actually, the engagement of the core team members should be very high. They should interact with each other, and they should identify whatever the changes prior to the completion. And for that, they should proactively support to the project team members. They should do whatever the thing, not in a silo basis. We can't be in silos. They have to interact with each other, and they have to learn new things, and they have to deliver whatever the changes according to the requirement. So that we call being self-organized. They have to be self-organized and deliver, and they have to adapt to the changes.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, I will move to the third session, and we have Mr. Amal Kalwarachi on board. He will be talking on success and failure factors of projects leading to effective employee handling. So related to your, future employment. So please concentrately engage to this session and get the maximum. Mr. Amal Kalwarachi, over to you, sir.
Got it, right?
Yes, sir. Is it okay, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fine.
taking up this lecture as my student and the lecturers invited me. Today we are going to discuss about the projects. We do know that the projects are sometimes a success and sometimes a failure. But with the learnings from those, how we can manage the employees to handle those projects, such projects, to be success, is a topic that we are looking at today. Next slide, please. The ID and IT project management landscapes are getting changing. Now, if you can see the project management institution itself, they were talking about 10 knowledge areas and 5 process groups, 49 processes, as you are aware. Now, will this work in this vulnerable, uncertain, complex, and with an ambiguity? Especially as Mr. Budh said, during this era in Sri Lanka, we have a lot of vulnerabilities and we don't have employees, retention capabilities, a lot of brain drains. So what should we focus on? The value delivery and the project agility and managing this VUCA. Now for us to do all these things, our first and very important asset is employees. Though they are doing the projects for the customers, for the stakeholders, we need to be very carefully engaged with the employees and manage employees to deliver the expected results. Next slide, please. Now, as my team and the students did a desktop research finding, they did a thematic synthesis and they found out project success and failures based on leadership commitment, effective communication, and proper resource allocation. And the employee handling motivators provide opportunity for growth, build positive work environment, and improved employee engagement. Apudu discussed, he was talking about this area very much, being an HR person. Project teams and employees should feel the belongingness, the inspiration from the leadership to work for the organization and not for the project or the pay that they are getting or the sponsors or the stakeholders, but they should feel an ownership. So how to get this ownership? We need to engage them. We need to be with them. And then they will take the ownership of the project and the deliverables. Now this is very critical because the projects are temporary and the project organization itself is temporary, and then we are talking about a limited time frame. So how we can do all these things within that boundaries? We'll have to have open, welcoming, respectful engagements as well as sensible communications. The communication should be very clear, crisp, and constructive. If not, we won't be able to achieve the intended results. It's not a choice. We need to deliver what we have committed for. So from the organizational side, even though it is at this moment, is very challenging to find proper fitting employees for the projects, it is a key factor. And providing attractive and pleasing project culture, providing opportunities, empowerment, and achievement recognition will be the incentives that the employees or the project team members looking at this moment. Can we go to the next? Now, if that is the case, how we can lead in this digital age? Now, as per BREAK 2019, there are 4 modes. If you are focusing on the delivery and the tactics, that is where you are getting the stuff done. You are in a urge, you need to complete the work, get the work done, and achieve the deliverables. Whilst you are doing that, whilst you are engaging on that in day-to-day activities, and your efforts and your commitment are towards the delivery, you need to be focusing on the future as well, being a strategic leader, thinking about the future of the deliveries, how we are going to do this in the future. Yes, that we are doing it now, but then what if the same thing? Because the projects are going to be there for the organization. This is not only one or two projects that we are talking about. So how we should handle the deliveries, intended deliveries, value creations in the future. So that is where the leader should think about the future. At the same time, focusing on the delivery as well as the culture, which is the opposite side of the delivery. Now you need to be with them, be friend with the team. You need to have a culture where you foster engagement, healthy interactions, informal meetings, informal gatherings, not only on the delivery of the work, but then team bonding as well, team development. Now this doesn't mean that you are making the team happier ever. Tap into a happiness trap. It's like this now, we human behave, and we have a component in our system to be a child. So whatever the things that it makes us happier, that will not end there. We will need more happiness. So this be-friendly situation should be managed with discipline. And fourth mode is being an utopian. We are thinking about the strategies as well as the cultural changes which is needed in the organization, being a futuristic. Yes, true that you are being friendly for the moment and you are acting as the team and you are getting the things done. At the same time, you need to think about the future, the culture that you want to have in the organization. How you can change, how you can bring in that change. So as a digital leader, as a leader in this digital age, you need to play in all of these four quadrants in different times, different intervals, different time spans. Next slide, please. All right, this is something that I have done in 2022, a 9-dimensional framework for project sustainability. Now, if you take this sustainability in the projects and sustainability of the projects, sustainability in the projects is how the projects or the organization should be sustainable, the organizational part of that. Sustainability of the projects, that is how the project execution should be sustainable. Now, of course, we are talking about the IT industry, but we have considered this global IT project management. And we know that being global, we have global stakeholders. And as we discussed, we need to be agile and we should create value. And definitely you should address the uncertainties and risks. So for an organization, knowledge development, stakeholder alignment, design for sustainability is pretty much important. This alignment should be from the very top to the bottom. All the project members or project team members should be aligned of the value creation and what we are going to do and why that matters to the organization and how they can contribute. And as leaders, we need to make sure that the employees are engaged for this value creation. Then, as we discussed earlier, there will be ownership. And as an organization, we should be responsive as much we have talked in earlier presentations as well. Nowadays, we need to be responsive to the market conditions. Now, as Pubudu said, we have a project manager, project team members, but come 14 days after, 1 month after, these people might not be here with us. So how we can sustain the value creation? And in terms of communication, we should be very collaborative, open, and aim for not the management can get the people as much as they want and continue with the projects. No way. So proactive engagement, the culture creation, user involvement, and embrace sponsoring are the key factors. In that, doing that, developing a project sustainability management plan for the projects and for the entire organization would create more value. And we need to check on the resource productivity as well, as our student has also found out how productive these resources are and how those resources are available, in what quantities, in what capacities, in what capability. Having the targeted resources pool, we need to focus on project or knowledge comprehension to have a continuous design culture. Now, for an example, what we do in our organization is we share knowledge. In our project teams, if there are capable people in one domain or one particular area, what we have done is we have a weekly session, 30 minutes. So anyone, if it is interested, if she interested, she can present. He or she can choose a project topic and present. So the others are getting that knowledge as well as contributing. And there are some discussions, arguments, misalignments, challenges. That is a productive discussion. And thereby we manage communication, technology, involvement, impact, and obviously the globalized nature. Because if you are talking about the projects that we are working on, the cultures and the people and the time zones are very different. So we need to be very careful on this managing the communications. How we are going to do that? That is where we need to take up these concerns with the employees, give them a chance, give them to decide, okay, what is the time for the meetup sessions, and what are the deadlines, what are the timelines that we need to have uploads or the sessions that we need to have. Those we need to decide with the team and then proceed with the projects and the implementations. Thereby we can create a futuristic culture or the present culture for a very conducive, productive culture for the employees to retain and enjoy their work and contribute for the project value deliveries. That is the only way that we can survive in these turbulent times. So mind you, my students and the people who are in the industry, when you are going to the industry, have an open mind. As you heard today, be ready to learn and be ready to have different cultures in the projects, different people, to engage with different people, and to sharp and shape your behaviors to be an effective contributor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible to you, sir? Hello. I'm audible to you, sir?
Yeah, Buddha, yes.
Yeah. Thank you for the valuable presentation, sir. Due to some sound issues, we can't ask the question to you directly. So he asked some question to using the chat from using the
Yeah,
chat.
okay.
So I
I
will
send it,
read
sir.
the question for you all.
All right, the question is, can we have a real project experience of yours where effective employee handling was the significant reason for the success of your project? Of course, yes, not only the employees, but then handling of the other consultants, other different nationalists. There were a lot of projects that I have experienced with where I've been working with some other uh, nations people like Koreans, Canadians, and British people, and especially the people who are working with us, the Chinese people and Korean people. So their cultures are very much different. Some people wants to sleep during the midday, right? That is a break that they are getting. So if that is the case, we are wondering why they are sleeping. But then this is a totally different culture to us. Rather than going on that, asking questions or taking it as a surprise, what matters here is adapting. So what happened was even I myself got used to do that. I mean, we got used to have a nap between 12 and 1 hour break. The reason behind is what they're saying is what they were expecting was this is practiced in Japan, Korea, and even some places, China as well. What they say is like you have a productive morning session and you take a break, and then you have a very productive afternoon session as well, so that you are effectively contributing total 8 or more hours to the project.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
So adaptive,
Yeah.
cooperating with them has created that success in the project so that we could deliver the project very well. So having open mind, be adaptive, ready to change, will help you to contribute more and more to the organization as well as for the projects.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable session, and thank you for the great Q&A session from your experience, sir. Thank you.
So thank you very much, dear speakers, for your valuable thoughts. And I expect, yes, we had a fruitful session so far. So let's take a few minutes and hear the questions from our audience. Students, if you have any questions
Recording stopped.
or need any clarifications, please raise. Any questions? Please don't waste the time. Please raise your questions. Anyone, please? Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Ann. I have one personal question that I would really like to ask and get clarified by these experts who are over here. So, one question that I want to ask is, at this time, most of us are seeking internship, right? At this moment, most of us are seeking internship, and we are trying to select the best company that we want to enter. So we all have our own personal interest. Myself, I like to do design kind of stuff. I like to do front-end development sort of stuff. But the company that I really want to enter and work in focus more on the back-end side, right? So even in my interview, the person who interviewed me specifically mentioned the fact that your interest divulge with ours. So I really want to work with the company, and the company insisting me, look, your interests are different with the company's interest. So as a person, as a student, what should I do? Should I follow my passion and do what I like, or should I try to get myself adapted to the environment of the company and move on?
Yes, I think Mr. Tuan, it's your field and you can answer for this question.
Yeah, so to add to that, I have done more than 100 interviews at Virtusa. I know Mr. Pubudu has done more than, but what I see when I do interviews, so when it comes to the interview room, so there will be panels, right? So there will be QA, DevOps, TechOps, backend, front, the UI UX. So there will be several panelists will be interviewing. The thing is, the person who enter to the room, he comes as a front-end developer, as the computer said. But if he feel like the interview he faced is kind of difficult or hard, what they do is they go for the other panelists. That basically they don't have a proper target. Like they merely want to get a job. They are not following their passion. They go around and whatever they feel like they get selected, they go in that part. I have seen many of them. So my advice is, don't do that. You should stick to your passion, because that end of the day, even you it's not about the company as well. It's about what you do and what the self-esteem you are getting out of that. So
Hello, sir.
Yes, Pute.
So my advice is, stick to your passion. Even it's a small startup company, if you are happy to, even though you earn less than your friends who earn more with bigger companies, but still you are happy, that's your thing. Because I know most of it's really hard to get what you are like to do. Because even in Virtusa, it's really hard to get into BA positions. It's really hard to get to design positions. It's really hard, because they mostly entirely look to like management people, back-end people, so on. So my advice is, stick. It's not about the company. No matter the brand name, no matter the company name, just find your right suitable place where you should stick. That's my advice.
Hope the student got the answer that he requested. Right. Any questions from the audience? I think you, as undergraduates and seeking for industry training, you should have so much of questions. Yes. Please. Right. Mr. Cousin, do you have anything to add for this question?
Yes, actually. So that is also somewhat related to the previous question as well. So, as expect given the answer earlier, there is a question also. I also personally ask, not because we have a back-end need or something. We want to see like what sort of answer a person will be giving. Like, let's say he is explaining himself as you said, I want to be a UX UI. And then if I ask question like whether you like to be a back-end developer, and if you say yes, that means there's a gap, right? So you don't, that tells us you have not selected or you have not understood who you are. That's can be. Or the other thing is you really didn't tell exactly what you want to be. All right. So it's always better. When you are selecting your path, if you go for like internet and search for all the audits and all, you can find it out that there are plenty of opportunities in the industry. So don't worry. I know as an intern I was been keep worrying like whether I've been selected for a company, but it's not like that. It's like you can start from anywhere, and if you have been have explicitly say your skills and your passion, definitely there's a place in the industry that you can go. Okay, so what I'm saying is, if you want to learn the basics or the software engineering, go for that interview or go, select that position. Okay, if you're really passionate, if you are not into coding and all, and if you think that it will be a headache for you, it's not. There are plenty of other opportunities for you, right? So there are so many companies who only do UI UX as well, and there are plenty of opportunities inside there. And the best thing is be networked. Like you have so many opportunities in today in social network, in LinkedIn, any place. Join with, connect with people who has gone your path, and probably see how they have been gone there. That will tell you how you should start. Because when you find a UX UI designer, I remember I have been working with, when I am a trainee also, I have been, when I am at OpenArc earlier as a QA, we had a trainee software engineer who has joined. Today he is a UX UI consultant. So if you ask me a question like whether I should be starting as a software engineer, it can be, if you want to go with your passion, you have the opportunity to go as your passion. And because when you get into the industry, and if you are really get into coding or work with the team, you will get to know not only just a code, you will get to know the system. So when you are in the industry, you can talk to the people who has done your path as well, right? So it's a choice. Like if you really hate coding, I said no. If you want to start somewhere, I said yes. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Anything to add, Mr. Shakti?
I also agree with Tuan and the other panelists. Basically, what we can advise you all as young people who are going to engage with that industry in next years, go with your passion, because sometimes you may feel that it's very difficult to find out for you to who you are, what is your core competency, what will be beneficial for you to when you're selecting your profile, when you're selecting your domain or whatever profession, what are the factors that you have to consider. So these are very important. So the first thing is passion. What do you like to do? So I started my career as a software engineer. Actually, firstly I did C#, .NET C# in 2010. Then I moved to C++. and I ended up with project management. So I got 3 years to realize that I'm having a management skill over my other technical skill. So I wasted it's not a waste, but I feel that I get that time to realize about myself. So anyhow, so I ended up with the project management career, which is more, currently I'm happy to be in that career. So I feel that I'm very comfortable with that. So that's my passion. So sometimes you will not be able to identify yourself in the first step, but follow your passion. Definitely you will end up with whatever your passion in your journey. So that's our advice.
Thank you very much, sir. And Mr. Tuan, anything to add?
Yeah, I would like to refine your question, because software engineering is a vast thing, right? So there you miss it. There are like so many opportunities. If your biggest fear is you said that you like to be a UI UX engineer, right? So if your biggest fear is you can't find a proper opportunity to be what you want to be, just go to LinkedIn, put your status at open to work, and put the hashtag UI UX. See how many headhunters will hunt you. That's not a big deal, because there are so many opportunities. Because even now I get like per day I get like 10 to 20 headhunters calls, because I have mentioned my status as open to work. See how many headhunters will hunt you. So don't be afraid, like whether you won't get an opportunity, what you are like to do. Just see, at the right time, at the right place, you will get recruited what you need to be. So that's my advice, because software engineering is a vast thing. So it's really hard to find the where do you fit, because you tend to think that you like to be a UI UX engineer, but after like 6 to 8 months, you feel like, no, I think after like rejecting so many designs of yours, you feel like you are not suit for that particular position. But keep trying. If you feel like you are not suited for that UI UX thing, then change the track, because as Shakti Ayya said, he was a C sharp coder, right? But he found that inside him there's a person who can manage people, who can change the track. So that's the thing. It's really dynamic. So you can't stick to one place, because even I joined to Virtusa as an Android developer, but now I am a UI UX engineer, front-end engineer, basically full stack engineer. So that's it. So you will find that eventually.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. And I think Dr. Thanuja is also having something to add.
Yeah, thank you for asking the question. And now this is this question that we have been answering for the students for a longer period. It's good that you all speak here. I'm putting up, bluntly, because this is their fear. So now, being in the faculty of IT, because we have at least 2 people sitting here who have graduated from this faculty, and we have some other industry experts. Being in the IT faculty, they are so afraid of themselves that they are so worried that they cannot enter to the industry properly. The one thing is that they are not confident enough they are who they are, and the other thing is that they cannot find themselves at this moment. They can pitch themselves right now, which is, we understand, because they are still undergraduate students, they have not completed their work. So the other perspective, me as an academic, we are the people who design the curriculum and we make the decision which is good for them. Now, why we say that you are to go as a software engineer? Because that is the rigorous process. We want them to go through first as the rigorous process, which is the difficult path. So when you walk on the difficult path, you see different avenues, you see different people, and then you will figure out at one point who you are. And then after the graduation, you are so free to decide who you are. But at this moment, as the curriculum designers, we want our students to go to the industry as software engineers. We don't want others to go as different paths. Now, of course, Tuan, it's good if the real companies offer real BA positions and get these students to work as BAs. For me, I know they cannot become a business analyst having a good knowledge in business. Right? So if you are to become a real QA engineer, you should know the real software engineering process. So this is the starting point for Budu. That's why we ask the students to become the software engineers. That is the starting point. Everything is visible for you. That's the reason. So we say it as a reason because we have seen some of the companies, they have recruited our students and they have done sales jobs. This is the shit about the industry. Let's talk about it. Because they have hired our students to do sales job. They have done sales. Some people have asked our students to do Zoom links creation. Is that what they are supposed to do? So that's the open question that we are asking from the industry. I know none of you are like that, but there are people who recruit these students for that. So when they undergone a training, because training is a part of curriculum. Training is not a job. Training is part of our curriculum. Curriculum belongs to us. So when they undergone a training as a software engineer in a reputed company like IFS, like Virtusa or wherever, it's Stamsoft or wherever, your CV speaks. When you put your CV, you graduated from University of Moratuwa, you undergone a training as a software engineer in IFS. Without you speaking, your CV speaks. Your LinkedIn profile speaks. You don't have to speak. Right? So that is the reason we strictly say, don't go. But after graduation, you are entirely free. We are not saying anything. You decide whether you are going to bank, whether you become a banker like Shakti, and whether you want, go to the IT industry, you become an IT professional, either software engineer, business analyst, wherever you go, we are not influencing. But we are sending you through a critical path that you all have gone. Tuan, you have gone the critical path. Shakti has gone through a critical path, and that's why you are standing here right now. But one thing is, students themselves, they don't know to make decisions because they are so young. That's why we are here to make decisions. We make the decisions, okay, don't go. That's why like parents make decisions on behalf of kids. Isn't that, right? So, we as University of Moratuwa are so concerned about what we do because we are responsible for the country. Right? We are not responsible for anybody, we are responsible for the country because country pays us. So we need to produce quality, employable graduates who's responsible in the industry. So some students, they don't know when they go to the industry, some of these people in the industry, those who really don't know what we do, they take the advantage of these young kids. Because I happen to be in these industry visits, visiting to the companies who are appropriately not suitable to, at least walk. I myself walk down because it's not, walk into the office. Me as a lady, I came out. I have observed this. And once Dr. Samindra Premaratna said that he also had the same experience. It was on one of these beaches. Companies located in all these beaches where our students are working. So we are concerned about it, and that's why we say that. That's why we restrict people to go, and that's why we are sending through a critical path, because this is our curriculum. This is the students, and we are responsible. I hope you understand, because who knows what we do, because he has been sitting for about faculty board for about 7, 6, 8 years, and he knows what we do. So that's one reason I understand their pulse. Probably they are so good at UI UX. I know students who are doing pretty well UI UX, right? BAs, QAs, pretty well. But they have gone through the critical path, like you, Tuan, right? So that's what I want you to speak and tell them. This is it, right? So take it, because there's nobody once you graduated to come and tell you, okay, this is what is good for you. We will not be there, right? You can now we have Sandupa who was sitting here. I don't know, Sandupa has just left out. So Sandupa was like, he's right now Dalogasiata. He is, I think, senior. I think he's SSC or somebody. So he also went through this thing, who is an ITNM graduate, and he is here today to speak to you and do mock interviews for these students. And they will say that what we are really expecting from the industry. So I don't know. So you can add sentiments to this. What I'm telling. I hope Pubudu and Pudu can talk a lot about, because he knows what we do, right? Yeah, over to you, Anne.
So Pubudu, is there anything to add?
Okay, a complex question. So it's there are many different angles. So my advice to you all is, when you pass out from the university, as I said in my speech, it's about 50 years ahead, right? Say 22, 23, and 70 is not a bad age to work, right? So that will be a long, if you look at your life, it's a long journey that you're going to start. So go in front of a mirror and look at yourself and find the definition of yourself in work context. Who am I? Right? So when it comes to work context, find the definition of you, and what defines you. There are certain parameters, right? One is your aptitudes. You need to have certain aptitude traits, right? Certain levels of aptitudes for your job, right? Numerical, verbal, spatial. There are a lot of dimensions when it comes to aptitudes. So that is your analytical abilities and all that. So look at your aptitudes. The second one is your interest, your passion. So what you are good at. There's a concept called ikigai, right? Japanese way of life. So look at that, right? So what is your interest? So what are your interests? What do you want to do, right? And the third one is your personality, emotional maturity. Those things also matter in life, in work life. And your work preferences, work environment preferences. So look at yourself and find out the definition, and then think of a career, right? So it's not necessary to have linear careers. If you want to change, you can change. I started as a software engineer, became a project manager, became a more group manager, like a more administrator, and then 2013, after about 16 years, I shifted my career from tech to HR, and I'm happy, right? So every day you have to learn. So careers, there are linear careers, there are non-linear careers. So if you want to change your career, that's fine, you can change it. And also when it comes to internships, right, as you said, do some research about the company that you are going to select. You can talk to your seniors, you can get advice from the department, and also in life you need to find a good mentor. Good mentor in your life, right? Someone who can show you the way, someone who can advise you, someone who can help you, guide you. So there can be academic mentors and industry mentors. So do some research and find out about the company, whether the company fulfills your expectations. So internship is a training. It's a part of the curriculum, as you said, yes. And it's a time period where you learn about the industry, processes, practices, and you develop your skills so you can come back and apply those here in your final year, right? And then obviously you need to get something from your internship. So if you don't get anything that adds value to you from the internship, it's good to look for something else, some other place. So that's why you need to do some research also to get to know about the company, since you touch this topic of some companies using interns for Zoom video, like those things, administration kind of work, sales, and so, and also you need to have confidence, right, to face the challenges that you come across in the industry, including internship. So when I started, I was like you. I didn't have any confidence like when I was a first year student or second year student. But it's up to you to build your confidence level, right? And if I can do, and I don't see any difference between me sitting like you about 30 years back ago and new people. So if someone here, if they can do, why can't you do? So that is something that you need, confidence. Think of the Maslow hierarchy, right? So one day you are going to achieve everything. Self-actualization, that's why you're going to stop. So if other people can achieve that, why can't you achieve that? So build your confidence, talk to people, get advice. This is an age where you need some advice, mentoring, coaching, guidance, right? When finding an internship also, right? And also again, find the definition that's inside you. Who am I?
Thank you very much, sir. I hope we had a very fruitful Q&A session too. So I'll hand over this session to Naveen and Irmali to continue.
We had a very fruitful session 1. Now we'll take a short break of 50 minutes to refresh yourselves. In the meantime, some of our talented batchmates are ready to refresh your souls. It is said that music is the strongest form of magic. Therefore, we are bringing forth you a musical instrument item. The time has come for us to enjoy an alluring and soothing musical performance. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
බොඳ මිදුමාක්සේ ඈතට පාවි පාවි ගිය හැටි මතකයි. ජීවිතයේ මේ විදිහට ප්‍රාර්ථනා පුරවාගෙන යනවා. කලකී දේවල් පමණක් පසුපස වාගේ දැනෙනවා සෙවණැල්ලක් වාගේ. කදිනෝ සිතු දේ විටකදී ළඟා වෙති. එලෙසම සමහරක් දේවල් ඈත් වෙති. අවසානයේදී හැම බොඳ මිදුමාක්සේ ඈතට පාවි පාවි ගිය හැටි මතකයි. ජීවිතයේ මේ විදිහට ප්‍රාර්ථනා පුරවාගෙන කාලය තුල දිව යනවා. කලකී දේවල් පමණක් පසුපස වාගේ දැනෙනවා සෙවණැල්ලක් වගේ. හෝ 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 ජීවිතයේ මේ විදිහ ප්‍රාර්ථනා පුරවාගෙන කාලය තුල දිව යනවා. කලකී දේවල් පමණක් පසුපස වාගේ දැනෙනවා සෙවණැල්ලක් වගේ. කඳුල ඉතින් සමාවෙයන් අපි වෙන් වෙමු අද හවසට. මගේගේ පැලට ඈෙනවා සිරියහනේ තනි රකින්න. කඳුල ඉතින් සමාවෙයන් අපි වෙන් වෙමු අද හවසට. මගේගේ පැලට ඈෙනවා සිරියහනේ තනි රකින්න. කඳු අලාව යන්න එපා ගඟට උඩින් හැන්දෑවට. මුදුන් ලීය යටින් පොළොවේ ගොම හේදෙයි අලුත් පිටම. කන්ද කපා හඳ පායා සඳ රැස් යහනට වඩින්න. සඳ එළියෙන් නැගේ ගතේ පිපි ගෝමර මල් පිපින්න. කඳුල ඉතින් සමාවෙයන් අපි වෙන් වෙමු අද හවසට. මගේගේ පැලට ඈෙනවා සිරියහනේ තනි රකින්න. මල් දෙවැටේ වතු සුදු මල් පිපේවිය පිළිගන්නට. පොපුල් තලා ඔමරිසිනා මතුවෙයි මල් පරදන්නට. බිලිඳුගෙනා කිරි සුවඳක් එපැල දොරින් හමා එන්න. ඉඩදියන් වලාකුලේ මගේ හීනයේ මල් පිපෙන්න. කඳුල ඉතින් සමාවෙයන් අපි වෙන් වෙමු අද හවසට. මගේගේ පැලට ඈෙනවා සිරියහනේ තනි රකින්න. මගේගේ පැලට ඈෙනවා සිරියහනේ තනි රකින්න. මගේ ගෙපැලට ඈනවා සිරියහනේ තනි රකින්න. මල් මිටක් තියන්න ඔබ අතේ මට කියා කොයින්ද මල් වනේ ජීවිතේ විසල් නදී තෙරේ තුරු හිසත් මලත් ඔබයි මගේ සොඳුරු කවිලියන හිත් කොනේ තාරුකා වහින රාත්‍රියේ ගෙල වටේ වෙලි අමා ඇදී නලරැලි ඔබයි මගේ ඔබ අතේ මට කියා කොයින්ද මල් වනේ ජීවිතේ විසල් නදී තෙරේ තුරු විසත් මලත් ඔබයි මගේ පවා දුකෙන් වගේ අතවනා හොයන්නේ ඔබ කොහේ ඇන්දෑව වගේ සෞම්‍ය වී නිදා ඉන්න මගේ හදේ මල් මිටක් තියන්න ඔබ අතේ මට කියා කොයින්ද මල් වනේ ජීවිතේ විසල් නදී තෙරේ තුරු විසත් මලත් ඔබයි මගේ
the depth of knowledge and shared their wisdom with the audience. The stage is set to commence session 2. We kindly request our panelists to be seated back on stage. Over to you, Miss Anne.
And startup culture. So if you are an undergraduate is so passionate about entrepreneurship or creating your own business or starting your own thing, so this will be a very fruitful speech. So please concentrate and get the maximum. Over to you, Dr. Shan.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Right, nice. Right, so sorry about that. So let me restart. So thank you so much good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I would especially like to thank Sanja Madam, Dr. Sanja, and her team. So let me start the session. So I was asked to speak about tech entrepreneurship, innovation, and startup culture. So I would like to reorder the thing. I just included the topic as it is, but I would start the session. I will start the session by discussing about innovation, because it is very important to discuss about innovation before going into the topics of tech entrepreneurship and startup culture. So we'll start the session by discussing what innovation really is, why it matters. Then we'll move into the concepts of tech entrepreneurship and startup culture. Right, so this is a prerequisite, right? When you're talking about tech entrepreneurship and startup culture, it's a prerequisite to know about the concept of innovation. What is an innovation? So since this, I would have, if I would have come to the premises, we'd have make the session more interactive. So it's a bit challenging to make the session interactive in the online space, the virtual space. So I'll explain. So innovation is something, a product or a service or result that is commercially successful and desired by the customers. Basically, two things has to be fulfilled by a product or a service or anything to become an innovation, right? Which are commercially successful, but still is not desired by the customers, right? So I used to work at Dialogue, and some of the customers used to tell, "Tamusalage me coverage thiyana nisa thamai mම බඩුව ගන්න නැත්තම් මම මෙලහකට tamusala දාලා ගිහින්." So they don't want the product, but since they don't have other option, they're sticking with Dialogue. And Dialogue's products and services mainly are commercially successful. Dialogue is extremely profitable, except last year, I think. Dialogue is an extremely profitable entity. So most of the products and the services that are offered by Dialogue are commercially successful products, but some of them, they are not desired by the customers, right? And there are products which are not commercially successful, but still desired by the customers. The products or the services offered by Ceylon Petroleum Corporation, it's a massive loss making. They're making a massive loss, Ceylon Petroleum Corporation, but still the product is desired by the customers. So for a product to become an innovation, that product or a service or anything to become an innovation, that product or that thing has to be desired by the customers and has to be commercially successful. Now let's look at an innovation that is used by Tanuja Madam. So this is Tanuja Madam, right? Version 3.0.8. So this is a massive success. This is a massive commercial success, and it was desired by the customers. So before 2016, Peugeot was going down the hill. You know, Peugeot was declining. Their sales were declining, but suddenly this the flagship series came to the market, and Peugeot was rebooked, right? This is an innovation. This was a massive commercial success. It was a commercially successful product, and customers liked it, right? But who are these? This is the supplier network of Peugeot 3008. Now, even though this is branded as Peugeot, it is not solely developed by Peugeot. Peugeot has received the support of so many suppliers to develop this product. Around this vehicle, the names that is mentioned around this vehicle are the suppliers that has helped Peugeot to develop this innovation, right? To develop this innovation. So Peugeot has created an innovation. To create this innovation, they have created a supplier network, a network of other companies. That network consists of so many companies around the globe. Some of these companies are in South Korea. Some of these companies are in India. Some of these companies are in China. Some are in Germany, Sweden, etc. So Peugeot is a French entity, and to create this innovative product innovation, they have received the support of so many companies dispersed around the globe. By doing that, they have created a global innovation ecosystem. Today, now when I was having a chat with the students, right, to develop this PPT, they were like, when I asked the question, so can you name a product or a service that is wholly developed by a single company? And they were very obsessed, and they were like, Apple. Like, Apple develops
Recording in progress.
Apple develops its product in-house. You know, that was I was like, Apple is not developing their product in-house. So Foxconn designs most of their ICs. And what else? Not Foxconn, Qualcomm. Qualcomm designs most of the ICs. And Foxconn manufactures 100% of their mobile phones, iPhones. So they have more than 10,000 suppliers up to date, Apple. Right? So none of the companies at the moment in the world are capable of creating their own products in-house. That era is gone. Right? So the innovation process at this moment, right, create innovations. You know, the creation of innovation has become a highly interactive and collaborative process at the moment. Right? In this process, there are two parties that create value and capture value. If you go back to this, diagram, who is the value creator here? Peugeot 3008 is a commercially successful product that is desired by the customer. It's an innovation, right? It's an innovation. But that innovation was not there before 2016. Suddenly, it appeared thanks to Peugeot. So Peugeot is the person who created the money that was not there before 2016, the market that was not there before 2016. So they are the value creator. So they created the wealth. They create the wealth. In US market today, Peugeot 3008 is sold for around 35,000 US dollars. 35,000 US dollars. Does that the total amount goes to Peugeot's account? No. There are value capturers as well. Who are value capturers? Peugeot is the value creator. There are certain set of companies, the suppliers capture a portion of the wealth that is created by the value creator, created by Peugeot. So there are two parties in innovation ecosystem, value creators and value capturers. In this case, the suppliers are the value capturers. The $35,000 that is received by Peugeot, the part has to be sent to the accounts of the suppliers. That is mentioned in this diagram. So companies in China is benefited from any Peugeot 3008 that is sold around the globe, right? Companies in India is benefited. Companies in Sweden is benefited, right? So it's an interesting thing that is happening in the world at the moment. So In an innovation network, there is a value creator, can be multiple value creators and so many value captures, right? So in the case of Apple, right, since most of the people are obsessed that Apple is developing their products and services alone. They're not, right? So I just included that example simply because that students were like really obsessed that okay, Apple is doing it really alone. They're not, right? So Apple is a value creator. Apple is a value creator, and Foxconn, for example, is a value capture. Foxconn, for example, is a value capture, right? So I will tell you, I'll show you a simple. I did a simple math. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Foxconn charges $236.40 to manufacture a single unit of Apple iPhone. So this is the number of units that Foxconn has manufactured in 2018. In 2000, they have manufactured 217 million units of Apple iPhones, basically in 2018 alone. Right? 2000. So I did a simple math. So by providing manufacturing services.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sorry for the interruption. You are not. Can you start the presentation mode for the slide, sir?
Sorry.
Can you turn on the presentation mode?
Okay. Just give me a second.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So okay. Let me go through this again. Foxconn has charged $236.40 for manufacturing assembling single unit of Apple iPhone. Now this is the amount of Apple iPhones that has been sold by Apple around the globe in 2018. 217 million units. So if you do simple math, just if you just multiply $236 into 217.72 million units, it comes to $51.4 billion. So that is the amount of money that Foxconn has earned by providing manufacturing services by becoming a value capturer, right? Who captures value from Apple. So anyway, Foxconn is a massive company. Last year their revenue was around $186 billion. Out of the about 30% of the revenue, their revenue comes from Apple. Out of that, 30% of their revenue comes from Apple. So this is I hope you got this concept of value capturing and value creation. Now this is very important, right? So these are the concepts that spans out from the term innovation, right? Right. So let's listen to this. I have a small video of just 40 seconds. Just listen to this.
French manufacturer Renault builds its new electric car Zoe in France. Most design and engineering work on the car took place at Renault's Techno Centre near Paris, but some was handled at other sites worldwide. Similarly, many of the Zoe's key components, like the chassis, windscreen and tyres, are manufactured in France. But each car has thousands of components, many of which come from somewhere else: an electric battery from Korea, engine components from Germany, a satellite navigation system from the Netherlands, and the list goes on. It's fair to say that a car rolling off the assembly line is made in France and has created jobs there, but it has also created jobs and value in countries worldwide. Economists call the complex process by which an automaker designs, builds and sells a car a global value chain.
So I hope you understood the concept of global value chains, and that the starting point is innovation. Right? So if you're discussing about the concept of innovation, so there are so many important concepts are spinning out of the term innovation, right? So I hope this value creation and value capturing part is pretty clear to you. So let's move into them. So now these are the sources, right? These are the sources that Sri Lankan government is mainly focusing to earn money, basically foreign revenue to Sri Lanka. Tourism, foreign remittance, apparels, agriculture, fisheries, right? If you consider apparel industry, for example, that's an industry that has given us so much of money over the years. It's the value of apparel industry in Sri Lanka is around $5.5 billion, right? $5.5 billion. But what is the size of global apparel manufacturing industry, the total size? What is the total size of global apparel manufacturing industry? It's about $110 billion. So out of $110 billion, Sri Lanka captures around 5%. So that's a good amount. A single country capturing 5% is quite good, absolutely brilliant, right? But let's look at some of the other industries, tech industries, technology industries. The global computer drug discovery industry is about to generate $4.8 trillion by 2026. Just keep aside 5%. So where is our policy to capture at least 0.1% of this computer drug discovery market? Where is our policy? Where is Sri Lanka's policy? Where is that effort in the tech startup domain to capture at least 1%? Let's forget about 1%, 0.1% of consumer electronics market of the world. So 1%, let's say 0.1%, 1%. Sorry, yes. Let's assume out of 1.5 billion, what is 1%? 15 billion. 15 billion, right? What is 0.1%? That's 1.5 billion, right? So we are focusing. As a country, we are focusing in extremely primitive industries. If you go to EDB website, right? If you go to EDB website, the first thing that comes up is the promotion of spices. I'm not asking to stop promoting spices. What is the value of the total spice value chain of the world? Less than 15 billion USD. So we are competing to capture a portion of the 15 billion. So where is our effort to capture a portion of the $1.8 trillion that is in global computer drug discovery market, right? So these are the issues that we have to basically discuss. When you are starting a startup, you have to be very critical about the value aspect of the business, right? This is the value that has been created by the global automotive industry. So last year, it's $6 trillion. It's 6 trillion, $6,000 billion. Capturing 1% of that is how much? $60 billion. Where is that? Where is our policy level support? Where is that effort to capture a portion of this, a considerable portion of this massive industry? And the other thing is, right? University of Moratuwa has a decisive role to play. Wherever you go to a ministry, you go to anywhere. Everyone is asking also, what is the opinion of University of Moratuwa on this? So I think Moratuwa has to take the leadership and provide that policy level leadership, where the politicians and the leaders would start to talk about these stuff. Otherwise, they will continue to do what they are doing at the moment. And this concept of promoting product development, University of Moratuwa is promoting development of cars, good. University of Moratuwa is promoting development of drones from the scratch, good. I'm not against that, but that's not where the world is going. It's all about value capturing and value creation. Very limited companies are doing, but where is that promotion of the component of value capturing, right? So cars has been made by so many places in the world. So let's not talk about it. Now this is where now we started the discussion by discussing about innovation, the concept of innovation. Then we move on to the concept of value. Right? Then we move on to the concept of value, and then we discuss now. If you are going to become a tech entrepreneur, technology entrepreneur, you should basically have an understanding of the market that you are going to go into. does this market have so much of value that I would be able to capture, right? So you should be able to identify opportunity. You should be good enough to identify opportunities. So it's about opportunity identification. That is what these entities and people are really good at. Dialogue. RAC Vikramanayaka, TSMC, Infosys, Ratan Tata, and Elon Musk. These guys are very good at discovering opportunities, right? And and now this tech entrepreneurship. Now this term entrepreneurship, a lot of people define it as entrepreneurs as risk takers. For me, they are not risk takers. That definition is redefined. It has to be redefined. These guys are not risk takers, but they are opportunity. They are very good at identifying opportunities where they can create value or capture value. Dialogue is very good at, in local context, creating value. TSMC, majority of the TSMC is good at capturing value. Infosys is predominantly capturing value. Ratan Tata is creating value as well as capturing value. Elon Musk predominantly creating value, and RAC Vikramanayaka predominantly capturing value, right? So it's all about identification opportunities in the tech stream. Why tech stream? Because that is where a lot of money is put in, right? Identifying opportunities that could either create value or capture value. That is what is defined as tech entrepreneurship according to my experience. Right? Actually, we created a company called Syntax Genie. That company is providing IC designing services to 3 startups in Silicon Valley. So we want to grow that. We want to grow that company because it's a space where there is a lot of money, right? If we can develop the correct skill set, correct environment, we can create a very good business from it, right? So how do entrepreneurs identify opportunities? Opportunities are the result of purposeful investment into creation of new knowledge and ideas through expenditure on R&D and augmentation to human capital. So it's not about creation of, taking a risk. That definition has to go. That's one of the most stupid definitions I have ever. It's not about putting your money without knowing anything. If you talk to a proper entrepreneur, right, he will tell you, I will put money when I understand that the risk is almost zero. Risk of investment is almost, a person would put money, a real entrepreneur would put money only when he or she realizes that the risk of losing the investment is zero. How do you know that? By gathering knowledge, creation of new knowledge. Talk to people, study about opportunities that you can basically grasp to create value or capture value. So listen to this just.
ඇයි අපි වගේ අයත් ළමයින්ට උගන්වන්නේ? ඇයි අපි බිලීව් කරන්නේ ළමයට උගන්වන්න ඕනේ කියලා?
ඒක අර මේ වොරන් බෆට් පවා කියනවානේ උගන්වන අධ්‍යාපනය තමයි හොඳම ආයෝජනය කියලා. මම හිතනවා ඔබතුමාත් ඒක විශ්වාස කරනවා.
මමත් විශ්වාස කරනවා. අපේ මේන්ම ගෝල් එක අපේ ළමයින්ට උගන්වන එක. ඉතින් එතකොට මේ දැන් ඔය හැමෝම එක එක තර්ක ගේනවා. තර්ක ගෙනාවට අන්තිමට සල්ලි වැඩිපුර හදන්නේ කොහොමද? දැනුම හොඳටම තියෙන මිනිහා සල්ලි හදනවා.
So දැනුම හොඳටම තියෙන මිනිහා සල්ලි හදනවා. So knowledge is converted to money. Right? So knowledge is converted to money. It's not the knowledge that is taught in the university. It's the knowledge that is related to business. Basically, yes. I mean, knowledge that is taught in the university is required, but you have to have very good knowledge in the industry that you are focused, industry that you are trying to get into, right? So this is the idea. And on the tech entrepreneurship is all about creation of new knowledge, right? Creation of new knowledge for yourself, right? If you are confident of something, put money and start a company, right? Your company will either create value or capture value, right? So let's move on to the next slide. So the government of East Asian nations have promoted the following 4 aspects simultaneously, right? I personally, during my PhD, had the privilege of going to Taiwan. I visited Taiwan. I visited Singapore. I visited Malaysia, the Kulim, Sarawak, and few other places. And I was supposed to visit Vietnam and Philippines, but could not because of COVID-19. So these are the 4 things that those governments have done. Supporting technology transfer to the country through FDIs. Why is that? Look at Dialogue. Dialogue, I mean, look at the startup ecosystem that is connected with Dialogue. Look at the startup ecosystem that is connected with MS Holdings, Brandix, Hydramani, Alis, John Keels. Those startups are becoming sustainable. Why? Because Dialogue has the capability to finance them. Brandix has the capability to finance those startups. Small businesses, incubators that was started in University of Moratuwa during last 30 years. None sustained that. None of the incubators become successful. Why? Startups in IC designing, total failures, absolute failures. Why? There is no capital in Sri Lanka to do high-tech businesses. There is no capital. So someone would ask, okay, how did software industry do? Why software industry is connected with the global value chain. Software industry is connected with global and majority of the companies. Virtusa, if you take Virtusa, they are connected with British Telecom, right? British Telecom is a very stable entity that has the capability of financing their supply network. So in Sri Lanka, the university system is missing one point. That is the point number 1, supporting technology transfer to the country through FDIs. We have to accept the fact that the technological gap between our country and the world is too much. It's way beyond our grasp. So we have to start promoting the inflow of capital from multinational companies. We have to facilitate the establishment of branches of multinational companies in Sri Lanka. We have to give tax benefits. We have to give land concessions, everything, and we have to somehow create that industry with the support of multinational companies. Then number 2, 3, and 4 will sustain. Start establishing a startup ecosystem around the FDIs, aligning the overall education strategy that is already happening, supporting existing research. Look at the research centers. What's that? Slintech. An absolute failure. I'm telling you, it's an absolute failure. It's a financial disaster. Why? There is no proper financial system to finance that. Because of that, the government has to continuously invest at Slintech, right? So if you're basically talking about innovations, tech entrepreneurship, and startup ecosystem, first the most important thing is money. So we have to invite and somehow make policies to get people who have money in their accounts, right? I will show you an example, right? I will show you an example. I'll take another 5 minutes and then I'll stop. Sorry about this. Now this is Vietnam in Vietnam's foreign reserves. In 2010, they have had $12.47 billion in their foreign reserves. That is for 90 million people. Huh? If you take Sri Lanka, in 2010, the country has had $7.2 billion in the reserves. That is for 20 million people. So who is better? Sri Lanka is better. But something very important happened in Vietnam in 2010. What is that? The first high-tech company came into Vietnam in 2010. What is that? Intel. Intel came to Vietnam in 2010. Then rest is history. What is the foreign reserves that Vietnam holds? $109 billion now. You go to Vietnam and see the amount of multinationals that is present, and look at you see the startup ecosystem that has appeared in the university system and Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City. It's insane. All of these startups are connected with the multinationals present in Vietnam, right? So in the policy front, especially University of Moratuwa, has a massive role to play, right? Has a massive role to play, right? Has a massive role to play, right? So the Sri Lankan government and education institutions are promoting 2, 3, and 4. However, according to the evidence from South Asian region, the success of 2, 3, and 4 heavily depends on the success of 1. Why is that? When there are big companies knowledge spillover will happen. What is knowledge spillover? This is the start, basically the spillover diagram for Silicon Valley. The first major company that was established in Silicon Valley in California was Fairchild Semiconductor. But some of the knowledge that is created by within Fairchild Semiconductor, they don't commercialize. So what they do, what employees who are interested in using that knowledge to, who are interested in commercializing that knowledge with the consent of the company, go out and create new companies. Now look at the amount of companies that has created because of Fairchild Semiconductor. Even Intel is a spin-off of Fairchild Semiconductor. So you have to have a good understanding of innovation. You should either be a value creator or a value capturer. If you want to be a tech entrepreneur, study and understand the latest trends in the technology as this thing, and I try to get your foot into an industry where there is a lot of money, right? Lot of money. Then you can capture a considerable portion of that money. Then entrepreneur, in start creation of, if Sri Lanka wants to create a startup culture, right, a high-tech startup culture, we have to invite these high-tech companies to come to Sri Lanka and establish their operations. Yeah, otherwise we don't have money that has the capability to ensure the sustainability of the startups. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I just passed a question to Dr. Shan and he'll be answering to that question. We'll be sharing it to the chat box.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Am I audible to you?
Sorry?
Yeah, I'm audible to you, sir.
Yes. Just
Yeah,
give me a second. Yeah, just give me a second.
Sure.
This thing has a problem. Just a second. Just a second.
Are you okay, sir?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. First of all, thank you for the valuable session, sir. We are unable to use a microphone to ask questions due to some sound concerns. So,
No.
can we ask the questions using the chat, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Why is it? Okay. Now, for me, it's like to be honest, it's an accident. So we started the project back in 2019, and then for 2 years we studied about the IC industry. So we had this project that was planning to bring down IC manufacturing to Sri Lanka, and during the journey we met so many people, and we met people like Ramindra Mathurave, who has had a lot of Sri Lankans and non-Sri Lankans, and we on top of that we gathered so much of knowledge. Then one fine day, one of the colleagues that I got to know through this project, he just contacted me and said that, "Shan, look here,
So we are a startup in Silicon Valley. So we are really keen to partner with you. If you can basically support us, why don't you support us to set up a development center in Sri Lanka? So by that time they have received around $25.1 million venture capital. So they said, look here, these are the rate cards that we can offer. And by that time, I knew two friends who have already had who had solar and construction business. So they knew the science of handling a business. So I spoke to them, and they were on board. They were like, yes. And so we are also thinking of getting into the software domain. So this is a good opportunity for us. So let's do it. So for me, I always wanted to get into create a venture that is related to an industry that is capable of financing the business, right? Financing the business, right? So for me, it's all about joining with a global innovation ecosystem that had a lot of money and that had a future. So for me, I was like, by the time that this thing came, the request came, I was quite certain that this industry is going to be the future. So by that part I knew, and I knew everything that a person should know about this industry. So I had the knowledge, and I knew what is going to happen in the future. Basically, I had the knowledge. For me, the biggest priority before starting the business was the knowledge. And today we are a team of 53 and expanding. 33 and expanding. And recently, the team in US, they got the third round of funding, and they basically asked us to hire 20 more people, and it looks like the prototype also that has been developed by the US party is a success. So if that happens, I think the company will grow, and at the same time, something that we were quite concerned about was, now we were connected with 3 parties in the Silicon Valley, and they are also startups. But the thing is, they had money which they have received from venture capital. But these startups, there is a chance of falling down. So because we were thinking like, what would happen if 3 of these companies go down? So we have seen such cases in Sri Lanka. So there have been some companies that are connected with companies in Silicon Valley, and they have started startups, and when those companies falls, the local companies also falls. So to prevent that from happening, we partnered with some local companies, and we started to augment our resources to their operation. So we have a team of around 15 QAs and DevOps engineers who are working for local software companies. But they are our human capital, who has been augmented, resource augmented, or outsourced to other people. And these days, on top of that, we are trying to get into ERP domain by connecting with IFS partner program. So for me, 2 things are very important. Once, before starting the business, getting the required knowledge. I mean, spend as much time as possible and try to get the maximum amount of knowledge that is related to the domain. After you starting the business, you should not stick to one stream of revenue, because if you stick to one stream of revenue, there is, especially if you are a value capturer, there is a risk. For in our case, our entity is a value capturing entity. So it's always good to focus on developing the business rapidly, aggressively. partner with so many parties. You know, when that happens, if one party goes down, your business will not go down with that party. Your business will have financing from, your business will receive money from other parties that you're partnered with. So yeah, those are the two main things that I'm concerned on. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for joining in on board. And we'll move on to the next session. Right. We'll have Mr. Tuan Shampapirina, and he'll be talking on the group behavior and group handling in IT sector organizations. So please concentrate and keep your questions ready at the end. So over to you, sir.
Okay, let's start. Good afternoon. I'll call you ladies and gentlemen because you are about to be ladies and gentlemen. So after like 5 sessions, starting with Mr. Pubudu, Mr. Shakti, and Dr. Shan, Dr. Amal. So these are basically more towards to management side, like a perspective of management. So what I'm going to do right now is it's kind of a technical aspect of the organizational behavior, because I'm a technical guy. So I don't know to speak about management stuff, but I'll try my best. So so my topic is team behavior and team handling in IT sector organization. So this wallpaper, so the picture is one of my favorite pictures, because you know how Formula 1 pit stop works, right? So it's very crucial about time and everything. So that's how team should work. So that's one of my favorite pictures. So moving on, so I know the computer gave about a introduction about me, but I'll tell what you don't know about me, some of them. So basically I'm a tech lead at Virtusa. Currently working for like almost 6 years, if I consider my internship as well, because I did my internship for 1 year at Virtusa for some reasons. So yeah. So I was back in UAH, I was the Microsoft ambassador and HackerRack ambassador for the University of Moratuwa, and I had my own startup back in my undergraduate time, which is called Arsenal Angel Labs. Now, since they had their own paths, the startup got disbanded. So we ran for like 6 years with successful 3 products. And this is, so I do mentorship for several organizations, non-profit organizations. So one is Seattle College and STEM Up, and recently I joined ScholarX to do mentorship for some students. And obviously I work for Virtusa, and in my leisure time I play so many games. I am obsessed with games. So sometimes I play for like 8 hours in weekends. So that's my leisure time, how I spend it. Right. Let's move on to the presentation. So how many of you have heard about Peter Skillsman? Raise of hands. Anyone heard about Peter Skillsman? You guys watch TEDx videos? No? So Peter Skillsman is from Korea. He is a mechanical engineer, but now he is working as a product designer for Philips, one of the reputed product designers in the world. So this person introduced us a kind of fun exercise which is called Marshmallow Challenge, to understand the behavior, the nature of the human behavior, how they collaborate with as a team, as a group. So if you see what is Marshmallow Challenge is, so this is the challenge. Within 18 minutes, you have to create the freestanding tallest structure using these ingredients, which are 20 spaghetti sticks, 1 yard of sellotape, and 1 yard of string, and 1 marshmallow, standard marshmallow. So what needs to be done is you have to create a freestanding structure where you keep your, the constraint is you have to keep the marshmallow on top of the structure. So that is the challenge. So you have to create the highest structure. So this experiment has been done for University of Stanford, University of California, University of Taiwan, Japan, so many countries. Over more than 500 challenges has been conducted by Skillsman. So the typical progression behavior of a team is first 3 to 5 minutes. What they do is they orient about the problem, what they needs to be achieved. So they discuss about the problem and they they make themselves oriented. And then they next 5 minutes they start to plan. They come up with ideas. Okay, we'll do this, we'll do that, we'll do. There are so many ideas popping up. So majority of the time they do the building. Okay, they put stuff together and do the building. For that takes like 8 to 10 minutes to do the building, and last minute, so I said that the time constraint is 18 minutes. So last 3 minutes what they do is they put the marshmallow on top of the structure. Okay, so sometimes it's a tada moment, but for some teams it's oh moment. So if you see so the teams, let me introduce the teams. So they had the business student graduates who in reputed universities, then lawyers, then they had kindergartners as well, and obviously architects and engineers, Fortune 50 CTOs, and yeah, so on. So the interesting thing is, what happened was, so the average is 20 inches, the height should be 20 inches. The business students ended up less than 10 inches. So this is the average actually, 10 inches. And lawyers ended up with 15 inches. So the interesting fact is kindergartners ended up 26 inches. So there's a specific reason for this. Don't read the wordings. I'll tell what is it. So what business student does is they pop up, they most of the time they do this strategic planning. Okay, we'll do this and we'll do that. So they come up with different ideas. They examine the materials. They take, okay, how to do it. And it's really professional. It's very strategic. But by the discussion, what they come up with a one promising idea. So they will execute only one idea. But what kindergartners is, they don't have a strategy. They don't have any plan. They stand shoulder to shoulder, very close by, and they usually use words even. Barely they use words. They use here, there, oh no, not that. Some very small short phrases, and the secret behind them is they are failing fast because they are trying to keep the marshmallow top all the time. They didn't do it at the end of the 18 minutes. They tried to keep it on top every time and start building from underneath. And then obviously engineers and architects, they understand the triangle, geometrical structures, they know. So they ended up, they had the highest, that's the record, 39 inches is the record. And the funniest thing is, CTOs itself, they ended up 22 inches, just the CTOs. But if you combine the CTOs with the admin, the managers, they ended up 30 inches. So the reason behind this is because managers has the skill to, they have the facilitation skill, management skill. So they started doing with the CTOs, CTO has the specialized skill and facilitation skill, both together, it gave a strong success. So the lesson what we can get from here is, it's not about the number of now it's 2 plus 2 is 4, right? But when it comes to team, it's 2 plus 2, it should be 10 when it comes to team performance. So it's the matter of interaction, not about the skills you have. So now see, business student ended up the least height out of these teams. So it's not about this specialized skill and also the interaction they do. So business student wanted to create one promising idea as the successful plan. But what kindergartner did is they did the prototyping and come up for the one promising prototype. So this is what the theory behind the design thinking, lean startup, and also agile. So lean startup design thinking is how it's the primitive stage of agile, where you think about how you approach the problem. when it comes to lean startup, you develop a what do you call a solution and you try to test it with beta users, maybe with developers. In the agile methodology, you already have the product. What you are trying to do is you are trying to scale it up. So this is the secret behind the progression, successful progression in teams. So it's about essence of iterative process. Prototype, refine, and prototype. That's how agile works. So you may be thinking why I get this stupid marshmallow idea, because every project, every team has a marshmallow in them, because each product, each service they are trying to achieve is a marshmallow. So it's exercise of shared experience, common language, and and execute the right prototype. So Elon Musk and his team has had their marshmallow success, which is the SpaceX, and the Larry Page and his team had their marshmallow, the Google, Jeff Bezos and his team, Amazon, Apple, Steve Jobs and his team, Mark Zuckerberg, Gucci. Not only tech, I'm talking about in the all vast of product spectrum. And then Louis Vuitton, one of the leading, these products are, so you can see the source. I got it from Forbes, most valuable brands in the world. So Louis Vuitton, Samsung, obviously, Toyota, highest selling, most selling vehicle brand in the world from Japan, Toyota. Obviously Disney. I hope you have at least in one of your lifetime you have seen a Disney movie. So there's a nice case study under Pixar. If you see how that team worked together to create an animation movie, there's a nice case study. You can Google it and see. Coca-Cola, obviously, and McDonald's. There's a documentary called The Founder. It's available in Netflix. You can watch it. So just out of curiosity. What do you think is McDonald's is? What is it? You think it's a fast food chain, right? No, it's a real estate chain. I know you cannot digest that, but just research about that. You think that McDonald's means burgers, fast food and stuff, but no, it's real estate. They sell real estate for the franchises who willing to sell burgers. So that's how it started. So these are nice case studies. You just read about them. So when it comes to my experience, in Virtusa, we had the same exercise to be done. Here it's kind of different. We had to create a bridge, a Jack Cruz bridge, within like 45 minutes using newspapers and staplers. Okay, so I planned to do it in this workshop, but because of this time constraint, we couldn't do that. But it's really interesting because the audience will be divided into 4 teams, equal 4 teams, and they are being assigned to create 4 different sections of the bridge, right? So the team A will be the first, second, third, and fourth. They will be building like that. But the constraint is, so the team leads will be meeting in a one particular time. For every 10 minutes, there will be a team meeting to discuss about their design. So they don't know what's the slant of the structure and so on. So the end of the build, the structure should hold the water bottle, and water bottle should land. It should roll smoothly to the end of the bridge. So what you can take from this is, the team A can be the mobile team of your company. Team B can be the front-end team of your company, and the back-end team as the team C, and the database handlers of the company. So these are 4 different teams. What they need to do is, they need to do interconnected. Now the front end is not, it doesn't have any meaning if there's no back end, right? The back end doesn't have any meaning if there's no data, right? So if the mobile app, it doesn't mean if there's no any aggregations, right? So each team has to work together to interconnect those dots in every meeting now. When it comes to, so most of the teams work remotely, right? So they never see face to face sometimes, right? They never talk to each other personally. But end of the day, they need to create a system, a solution, which, so the solution is the bridge, and the user experience is the rolling water bottle. So end of the day, the rolling water bottle should smoothly land to the end of the bridge without falling out of the bridge. So this is, I conducted the same experience with some of the kids. So I do some volunteering stuff for kids. So this is how they came up with the bridge. So you can see the third, in the last middle picture. So they couldn't build the third part of the bridge. What they did was they kept one to another top and they created the bridge. So now see, because of one particular failure of one team, the whole system has to be collapsed. So there are so many lessons we can get from this. So when it comes to software engineering, obviously requirement gathering, and then we groom and plan the requirement, and what we do is we eat, sleep, code, and repeat. And then tada, you will get a cow. But this is theoretical. You know what the actual is? This. This is the actual what we get out of the planning and everything. Somehow it works. The cow, anyway, the cow is walking, right? Because the first rule in the programming, what you say, if it's work, don't touch it. Because this is no use. This is not a Tata product. This is a OO product. Because it doesn't have best practices, it doesn't have proper selection of data structures, algorithms, no performance optimization, no memory optimization, no indexing practices, no linting practices, no proper code structuring, but my code is working. That's not the case. You need specialized skills. You need, so this is a OO, not a TADA. So you need a specialized skill set to come up with a success brand, success solution. Let's not talk about brands. First of all, let's try to build a successful software, right? So specialized skills means success of the team. So if I give some of the tweaks and caveat to fine-tune your OHO moment to TADA moment, first, weak group cultures tend to neglect interaction and focus on the skills. So end of the day, it's not about technical skills. So you need to have social skills, soft skills, like people skills. You need to talk to each other. If you have like thousands of frameworks, JavaScript framework in your head, but you can't explain it to your next peer. No use. And the foundation of a strong group lies on the cultivating innate sense of safety and belonging. Let me ask you, if I'll talk the context of boys. Boys, you like to wear a short and or a skinner or a t-shirt and work, right? Like rather wearing smart casuals, smart attire. Do you like to work like that? You like to, some people like to work laying on the bed or on the sleeping bag, right? But in office, in a cubicle, can you do that? Can you lay on the table and work? No, right? That's what you feel you belong to that place, because that's what changed the the remote working got successful for some companies, because they feel safety and they feel like belong to that particular, because they are working in their house, in their homes. So they can go now. If girls want to fill their water bottle or they want to get a cup of coffee from the Nescafe machine, will they go? They feel like shyness, right? But at home, you tell that, right? That's why, that safety and belongings. And then people, so that's obvious. No one is perfect, right? but you have to listen to other opinions as well. You should respect your team members' opinion. You should listen to them. You should be a good listener if you are a good team member in successful teams. And share vulnerabilities. So if you take an example, firefighters, they act as a team, right? They have, if they get a call, they have to run to that particular place and seize the fire. So in that case, they need to share the risk. Say they doesn't know from where there will be will fall down, at which point they get the heat and they will burn. So they don't know, but everyone, they have their backs each other. So that's what successful team needs to have. You need to have team members backs. You need to help each other every time. And communication is the key. Obviously, you need to set expectation. Because most of the projects are getting failure, as Mr. Amal spoke, project success and failures, because they got the requirement in a wrong manner. Right? Sometimes they get the requirement wrong manner. You need to listen. If you have a clarification, speak up. Don't be intimidated. Speak up. And the secret, and also shared sense of purpose. And also, there's a difference between group and a team, because team work for a common goal, right? They run through a common goal. I know you know the definition of what is a team, what is a group, obviously. So they need to have a shared sense of purpose to work. So that's what end of the day, the back-end team, the front-end team, the mobile team, they create one particular system, the solution. So that's what they want to achieve. And obviously, the prototyping, repetition is the key to create the purpose. You need to repeat. That's what the key of the agile, right? Repetition, and change. Because the field of software is very dynamic, guys. It doesn't stop in one place. It's very dynamic. If you have Angular 11 today, next week it's Angular 13. If you upgrade the project to Angular 13, after a month it's Angular 15. It's very dynamic. You need to adapt to that evolution. So if I talk about the team compositions based on the project complexities, first, so the y-axis is scope and the x-axis is the time. First phase is the idea, obviously. So for idea, the idea comes up to a particular one person, maybe for Elon Musk, maybe for Steve Jobs. I need to create a mobile phone that no one has created before. That's the idea phase. And then they do the proof of concept. For this phase, we can have like 5-member team of 5 members, which with a product owner, a PM, BA, architect, and a UI, a front-end guy, up to 5 specialists. And then if you want to enhance it, you go to the prototype phase. So until this, so the risk and the project outcome is unknown. So there's no one to blame for the risk and the failure and all. Up to prototyping, it can be failure, it can be success. Then you go for the pilot release of your software, which comes to the lean startup phase. For this, you can have 6 specialists: product owner, project manager, business analysis, UI UX, software engineers, and obviously QA people. You need QA engineers in this phase to do the testing. And moving on, you can have the minimum viable product, MVP, and the production. This is where the agile comes in, agile methodology. So usually you can have more than 10 people in your team. Additionally, what you will get is a test automation, a performance engineer, because you need to scale your product, right? So that's how the team also getting bigger because of the scaling. So this is my team stack. I don't know it's clear. Let me show you from this. Okay, this is my team structure. So I work for Johnson & Johnson. You know Johnson & Johnson, right? So it's a US client. I work for them. What I do is I create a solution for them to, so Johnson and Johnson, how do you know Johnson and Johnson? Like, from what you know Johnson and Johnson? You know from the cologne, right? Cologne, baby powders, baby lotion, baby products, right? But they do eye lenses as well. Eye lenses, they do surgeries also. Knee surgeries, hip surgeries, shoulder surgeries. They do surgeries for even eye. So I am working for I am working for one particular, just give me a second. Yeah. Our team, so these two section, the vertical section, sorry, horizontal section is from the client side. So they have their project manager from the J&J side and project owner, product owner, and the architect from themselves, their side, and tech lead, and the rest of the team is from Virtusa. So this is my section. This is where I work for the vision team. So this is my, that's the yellow color part, that's my team. So I have like 7 people to be managed under me, front-end developers. Yesterday there was another developer joined, so I need to do a KT for that person as well. So that makes my team up to 8 people. So as we said, communication is the key. I can remember someone mentioned that, Mr. Shak mentioned that, do we need managers among ourselves? So if you go to a little bit of technical side, so if you do networking, you might have heard of Metcalfe law, which determine if there's a increase of one node of the network, there will be a rapid increase of the network connections among the network. So similarly, if there's a new team member coming into a team, there will be more connections needs to be reached with that team member. So it's in business, what we say is there's a point called critical mass crossover, where a team will be self-sustained with the number of team members they have right now. So economically, the viability is coming in because they don't have more budget to go on, but that's their optimum team members that needs to be maintained. So this picture didn't load, let me load that. Okay. So if you see this number of nodes in this picture, in the team, but see how many connection lines are there. 91 connection lines. That's the point where the managers comes in, because a single person in the team can only have 5 people of communication. Like they can maintain 5 connections with people. So if you have more than like 20 people in your team, you need managers to manage and tech leads to manage each subgroups. So that's why. So otherwise it will overload the particular team member with informations and with the tasks. So that's why we have vertical segregation for the team. So there are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sections in the whole the project we are doing is we call it bellies inside. So we have 8 segregated teams for each track. So if there's no segregation, there will be 4005 connection nodes if we need to connect with each other. But with the segregation, so each segregation has a manager and a BA, an architect and a tech lead, and front-end developers, which break down again under front-end developers, back-end developers, mobile, iOS and Android, and again the QA engineers. So for each QA engineer team, there's a QA lead. For each back-end team, they have a back-end tech lead, front-end. So in my track, the middle part, I am the tech lead for the front-end engineers. So that's how they need to manage as team leads and managers, because it will overload the communication within the team. And that's where the product gets OHO without going to TADA. Okay, so to mention, so who are the team members who work with me? Just have a raise of hand. Under me, only 4 people. So I gave them a case study analysis to do a research for them. So first team had the Formula 1 pit stop, how they operate as a team. This team did a wonderful presentation, wonderful job. They created a nice presentation with which even I didn't know. There are so many insights in that presentation. And the second team had to do a firefighter case study. And the third team, this is animal kingdom. So from animals we have so many things to get, guys. Like if you see, there's a David Attenborough. Do you know who's David Attenborough? At least David Attenborough is he's a nature activist. He does so many documentary about animals, nature, so there's a nice documentary for Okapods killer whales, how they hunt a seal. If you see that video, how they like coordinate and try to get that seal, it's really nice. That's some of the examples we can get from animals as well as a team. And obviously the NASA's Luna project, the Apollo project, how there were like 400 team members in NASA. So imagine how they communicated with among them, and they successfully land on the moon. So each case study has to be evaluated under leadership, work distribution, time management, communication, quality of work, and what we can get from this particular case study to the IT sector. So each team did a really nice job. They connected the dots actually. How this case study relevant to the IT sector. So that I need to mention obviously here. And for dynamic of a team, so the every point I expressed to you so far, it falls under these 3 segments. You need to build safety within your team. They need to feel comfortable, and also obviously they need to share the risk, the vulnerabilities, what comes into the project, and also need to establish a purpose. So they need a motivation. So I will tell you about motivation next, because if you see now teams, the as the new trend, we call the teams which are working in tech companies as 4D teams. 4D means it's diverse, is disparate and digital and very dynamic, right? It's 4D teams. So these teams are now we are millennials, right? You people, what are you people? You people, generation Z people, who born after 1997, 6, 7. So before our era, it was early boomers. Our fathers and grandfathers and all, they are early boomers. So we are millennials now. The teams are consisted with Gen X people. These Gen X people, in the gene they have, they never pay attention. They never pay attention, but they have the ability to do multitasking. So that's what comes to the software engineering teams. They can do multitasking, and they are really like to take risks. So if there's no challenge in the team, they leave the team. That's how it works. So that's why. So they need now. If we are setting a goal to that particular software engineering team, they need to have a challenging goal. If they don't have a challenging goal, they just leave the team and they will go. So effective teams, they are not afraid to pick up phones, but some they doesn't answer because they haven't done the work. But effective teams, they're never afraid to answer the phone. And also, there's a survey done from university where most of the team members spend their time in meetings, phone calls, like 39% of their time. It's really massive. So effective teams, they manage the call with strategies. They never talk about a single person's issue in everybody's by wasting everybody's time. So they know how to not to drain the cognitive bandwidth of the team. So they will talk what needs to be talked, and it's like 10 to 15 minutes maximum. They dismiss, and then they invest time with talking with non-related, non-work related topics. Like now, see if two of the team members go for a tea to the cafeteria, what do you talk? Mashanga me are angular 15 make me maruneva me feature. Do you talk that? No, right? You talk about sports, right? Some talk about movies. So effective teams, they never like focus on only about the what you call work related topics, but also non-work related topics. And also they give they receive appreciation and give appreciation. This is, I need to talk about this in the next slide. I will tell about that, about appreciations. And they are more authentic at work. What do you mean by more authentic? How many of you is not afraid to send a meme to your boss? Will you do that? Will you send a GIF to your boss? A Teams meme? Will you share with your boss? No, right? But there should be a culture where the relationship between now in Virtusa, we never call our superior sir, boss. We never call that. We talk with them saying their name. That's how. Even he is a very really senior person, we never give a salutation for that person. So that gap needs to be breached, because you should have the freedom where you can send emoji in the email. Nobody sending an emoji in an official email, right? Will you? No, right? But that how a team should be authentic. There should be a closer gap without a hierarchy. There should be a breach the gap and shared mindset, because typical teams they work in cabins face to face. Now let's say if the software if they are solving a problem, the person next to me he is trying an approach. By seeing his approach, I don't get a new thoughts of how to approach that same problem, because I have influence from the other person. But if you work remotely, you work it at your home, you don't know what your other team, your peer does, your team member does. You will think very rationally. You will think in out of box. So that's why there should be a shared mindset within the team, and also strong, diverse team structure. You know, guys, if you trying to apply for foreign, especially USA software engineering jobs, at the end of the application, they ask about the ethnicity. Are you a Hispanic? Are you a Asian? Are you a Black American? Are you from Italy? They ask about that. They ask about their your race. So that is not to discriminate you, but to get a proper idea about what diverse you are from. So okay, this is one of the slides I created by myself, like without researching the internet. These are the type of team members I have met within my 6 years of career. First person, the tugger. These are my terms, okay? If you Google it, you don't find them. This person will pull your team, especially these are the team leads, or the most valuable resource in your team. They will pull your team no matter what, day or night. They eagerly try to help others. They want to fulfill their goals, the team goal. So the usual punchline of that person is, you push your code to a branch, I will take a look. That's the most favorite punchline. And the other person is silent killer. They do the work, but they never seek for others' help. But their lack of best practices, they do the work, but similar to that, my code works somehow, so I don't want to change it. The last minute informer, I have came across these kind of people so many times. They have the overconfidence. Okay, they say that okay, I'll do it. I know how to do it. But end of the deadline, before the deadline day, what they say is, actually I couldn't do it. I don't know how to do it. They in the last minute they inform us. So that's why fail fast. That's why fail fast come here. If you can't do it, tell it fast. Inform your failure as soon as possible. And the other person, the Duggannaral person, they take the other person's work, but they forget to do their work. They take the other people's burden into his bucket, but forgetting his work, his or her work. This is very common person in teams. Credit stealer. I have came across so many people like this. They never do actual work, but they take the credit. This is really very, very disappointed to see, because they never do actual work, but they do the presentation and the demonstration. I have came across these type of credit stealers. And the PhD and advisor, they give advices. Machang, okata dano react bang, okata arga hariyanne. They say the advice, but he doesn't know what is react also. That's how they operate. They never don't know what they're talking about. They never do, they are like Instagram influencers. They never do any influence work, but they call themselves as Instagram influencers. And the last not least, this is my type, techie tech. They emotionally attached to their code. They're trying to make the code very, very optimized I do that. I spend so many times, I even think about the variable names for like 10 minutes. That's how I work. But I have to, I have, need to overcome this. The second rule, guys, don't emotionally attach to your code. You will realize why is that when you go to the industry. Don't emotionally attach to that. Okay. So this is, have you heard about Simon Sinek at least? Simon Sinek? No? He is also he's a motivational speaker. So if you graph the performance and a trust in a graph like this, the x-axis to be the trust and the y-axis to be the performance, there are people with low performance, low trust. Obviously, we doesn't need them for the organization. There are people high performance, high trust. These are the people we need. These are the best material to a team. And obviously, medium performance, high trust, and low performance, high trust. And this is the dangerous guy. I call him an a-hole. Okay? They perform really well, but trust is zero. You cannot trust this guy with, you cannot trust for any reason. So this is a toxic lead and toxic behavior. If you tell why these people get promoted, because there are 1001 metrics to measure your performance, right? KPIs. There are KPIs, so many. End of the year, there will be a end year evaluation for software engineers, your performance. But is there a metric to measure the trust? No, right? So that's why toxic leaders, toxic team members get promoted all the time. We don't know about the trust metrics of that particular person. So these people will be the best top, obviously can be best top, and triple degree holders. They have top hacker rank scoring, top quality codes. Their code is perfect. Who knows 4 to 5 frameworks, and who knows Java A to Z. If this person has these qualities, but still he cannot trust the person, that's really bad. So this is obviously an abomination, the latter part. So these are the green color part is the people we need to a team, where people who eager to help your team member, and the people who grab their backs when they are at a risk, and people who can be trusted at any task. These are trust. It's about trust, guy. In a team, it's about risk, sharing the risk and trusting each other. So if you can't identify this with my terms, you might identify from like this, from Avengers. You know Magneto, right? That guy has a really good superpower. He can pull metals and all, right? But can you trust the bugger? No, right? So similar. But see, Groot doesn't have a very obvious power to what do you call? He can put roots and that and this, but still you can trust the guy. It's a really small hit, but you still can trust the guy. Okay, these are my advice. Give respect, receive respect. Obviously, even the person in your office who cleans the office, say good morning to them. That's a must. They are also part of the ecosystem, the team of your work environment. And stay hungry, stay foolish. Whose quote is this? Can you tell? Steve Jobs, obviously. So every time be curious about, try to learn everything. Stay foolish. You don't show off that you know everything. Just stay like you doesn't know anything. So in other contrary, if you show I know everything, every work comes to you. End of the day, you have to pull you need to be the tugger, right? So stay foolish, stay hungry, and acquire new skill sets. Obviously, if you get time, try to learn new frameworks, try to learn new features, whatever the language you practicing, do that. Polish up your not only your technical skill, also people skill. Try your communication skill, your presentation skill. that is required. As I said, the interaction matters in a effective team. So you need to polish up your social skills as well. Learn from your experts. If you now you people are going as interns, right? Obviously, you people going to have a reporting manager on top of you. So you have to report everything for that. If you get time, try to get maximum out of that person. Like, sorry if the person is a dumb fool, I'm really sorry about that. But if the person is a really good supervisor and a manager, just a team lead, just talk to him and get maximum out of him. Learn the best practices in industry. And also, most of our batch mates did this. You can write blogs what you have learned. In Medium, you can create a Medium account and write a small, like 5 to 6 minutes of blog article about what you have learned. It can be WSO to API manager, can be that, or it can be that IFS new. There's IFS tool, right, for trading. So you can write about that. Whatever you learn, if it's new, write a blog article. Like sharing is caring, guys. And as I'm repeating this again, set expectations and fail fast. If you don't know to do it, ask it from your supervisor or from your peer and fail it fast. Don't wait until the last minute. Speak up. Communication is the key. Speak up. Don't hesitate or intimidate. Don't be afraid of anyone. Just if you feel like your supervisor does it wrong, if you have a new approach, just speak it out. Just say, apita meka mehema karanna berida. You just tell it, spit it out. So don't be intimidated. And this is one of my, as Tanuja madam said, system.garbage collector. Some interns ended up like this because they had to do the shitty work. If you feel like it is a shitty work, just leave it. Because when I was in Virtusa, there were 2 interns who came from other company because they didn't get a chance to do any codings. So my reporting manager who took them in to our project. So that's why. So you can switch project. That's fine. If you feel like you are a garbage collector, switch project or switch the company. If you can't switch the project, switch the company. That's fine. And don't emotionally attach to your company. End of the day, you will regret that because I have personal experience. You will be a die-hard fan of your company. You try to. This is for big companies like Virtusa. That's for these are over like 20,000 employees worldwide, right? In Sri Lanka, it says there are like 3,000 employees in Virtusa. So you are just a small entity in that. It's like a piece of dust in that ecosystem. So you might not get recognized for your hard work. You might not get praised sometimes. You might not get promotions. So you might not get allocated to projects. And also, therefore, don't emotionally attach to a company. Kick the company and run it out. That's what you need to do. Yeah. Yes, that is about it, guys. I think any questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tuan. And yes, I'll keep your questions at the end, and we'll quickly move on to the next presentation. Mr. Kasanjay Singh will be talking about the importance of knowledge retention, knowledge sharing in the IT sector.
Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. Kasan.
So I want to know, like, are you guys busy these days? Are you guys busy? Yes, right? So thank God you're not alone. I'm also busy. Because you know that it's good to be busy. Because you are feeling that you're busy means that you're trying to your limit, and definitely it's important that that is how we break our limits as well. So welcome to my club. Thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank Tanuja madam and the Meld team for arranging this event, and it is a pleasure to be here today. So when I get the title as knowledge retention and knowledge transfer in the industry, in the IT industry, actually it is really timely and it's related to me as well, because you know that there are a lot of skill migration happening these days, and I have been in a lot of group discussions with multiple companies, and recently, and it has become a problem for many companies that is very difficult to manage even. But the knowledge retention and knowledge transfer is very much important in order to make sure that you deliver the same level of service as a company as well. And on the other hand, why we are discussing this to undergraduates, right? Because you also have part of it when you go into the industry. So let's talk about it, what it is, and I need your inputs as well on it. And instead of being a credit stealer, right? Credit stealer, I must say that this presentation is not mine. It's been developed by the team. So if I get the grade is wrong, okay? So we'll move into the next slide. Yes. So what we did when we analyzing as a group or brainstorming, first of all, we need to identify what's knowledge, right? So all the members here in the panel has discussed and delivered some knowledge to you. And most of them are explicit knowledge, and some of them are trying to explain with the experience, the implicit knowledge as well. So we'll see what is explicit knowledge. What is actually explicit? In the term, it says that you can say it. So there are ways to say it, either by talking, like code delivering, or as documenting. So the best way to retain the knowledge, that kind of a knowledge, is definitely to have documented. So as we heard, the reason that we discuss about the self-organizing and organize about organizing is, it is important to have that organizing skills when it comes to documenting and retain that knowledge. So definitely, if it is explicit knowledge, if we are not, as an organization, if we are not retaining it, that's really bad, right? So there are, in the industry, there are tools like Confluence or SharePoint. I mean, they are famous. So to store those information, and there are some version controlling tools as well we can use. So the important thing is it should be searchable and accessible at a given time. So the other part is the implicit knowledge. So it's about learn skills, know-how. What is it? Let's say, who are the cloud enthusiasts? Who like to do project management? Because I am seeing a lot of project managers, cloud experts, software engineers in here, but I want them to speak up as well. So, I mean, at least hands up. I know a few fellows who are enthusiastic because I have been worked with that team. So then I'll skip whether I should be using that or not. Okay. So there's a thing called elasticity. Okay. So you know that in practical example, you know that the government has introduced a QR code application, and the next day, very next time, as soon as they introduces it, it breaks. So if you do have elasticity, that means if you when the number of concurrent users get increased, I'm saying like very layman terms, so it should be able to handle it. So either it can be increased in their nodes or the servers as well. So we know how to do it, right? So, but that is explicit. You can go to Google and learn how elasticity works and how can I apply that, blah, blah, blah. So we applied it to project A. And again, we have another AWS project to Azure project. So we applied that, but when you are applying that, you have to have the implicit knowledge of how to do that as well. Otherwise, it's not the same thing. So let's say, I'll take a project management example as well, if it is boring for you for technical. So how many of you know work breakdown structure or WBS? Come on, we have had like a close to 4 to 5 hour session, and you know we cannot do same type of discussion because I also need some refreshment, you know. So cheer up me. At least let's see how many of us you guys can help me as well. So we have you know about the Gantt chart? Have you developed or prepared a Gantt chart? Yeah, in project management or wherever you learn, you have used that, right? So you know how to create the Gantt chart in MS project, right? So it is explicit. Either you can go to YouTube, you can find it in anywhere. But when it comes to real project, now you have given a task and that set of tasks has to be completed within the next month. You have given a set of the characters that he has mentioned as a team, okay? And next, now you are the project manager, right? You know how to do the Gantt chart, but you have to have that implicit knowledge to see who's doing what and whether we can, how we can use these resources to get that thing done and order it, set up the milestones, those stuff. You cannot find it in the Google or whatever, or even in the organizational sort of a repository as well, right? So unfortunately, it's very hard to retain that kind of knowledge when the key people are leaving. So what difficult to retain is we have discussed. And what is the way that if you want to retain such knowledge, what sort of mechanisms that we can use, right? So we need to have a knowledge sharing culture. So we will discuss like what is knowledge sharing culture, right? So we need to have the social interactions, right? And one question asked, like if I want to work in the same company after internship, what should I do? Actually, answer was there in the session of Subhudu. So you should not be seen, right? So that means you have to speak up. You have to have relationships. You have to identify and understand what is organization require from you. So you can come to a demanding place by getting to know. So definitely we have to have that social interaction to do that, okay? So the other thing is use an internal knowledge sharing system. We discussed that even in Confluence, like not like the same way that I have explicit, but you know that we have talked about the agile methodology. And there are something called sprints, right? Iterations. We have seen it in the presentation as well, the recent one. And so at the end of these sprints, we come back and we identify what we have learned as lessons. No? So we have to document that. So some people think that, we have learned something and discusses it and trashed it. But those are the ways that if you want to have or retain implicit knowledge, so they are very important. Somebody can get it, at least some part of it. So the other is tacit knowledge. So what is the tacit knowledge? It's the things that often understood without necessarily being said, right? So it's very informal, and with experience we have learned, right? So once it's been captured, we definitely need to document them and save it somewhere, because they are rare to find. Okay, so I'll say few examples. The people here will agree that. So when we all started as software engineers now. So when we are given any application to improve the performance, okay, you cannot say this is how you are doing it. In some cases, you need to optimize the stored procedures. In some cases, you know that UI people, they have written a code that's been concurrently talking to backend over and over again, and that is making the server busy, and that is why the other fellow members who are using this system cannot use it, right? So we have to change those things. If not, like I said, we can do it even today in modern day. If somebody asked us to improve the performance, for the fastest way is to increase the number of nodes. So that's also a way to do it. But when you are identifying whether it's an indexing mistake or whether how it's been done, so you will get some tacit knowledge. So when you find it, it's better we record these experiences. That's how we can retain it. So the other thing is now it's technical. If I take a manager like project management example, so as project manager, you need to motivate. No? You know that there are some people, even when we try to motivate, it's really hard to motivate, okay? So, but somehow for each and every person, there's a way to motivate. Some people has different stuff. So the way that we motivate a team also something that you should know from a tacit knowledge. And definitely as a project manager, you will be handling the client as well, and you will get complaints, because you will not get the best team that to develop, definitely. So when you are analyzing or handling the complaints, you should find the right time as well. So these are the places that we have to use our tacit knowledge. So a posteriori knowledge and priori knowledge. These are Latin terms. There are couple of ways to pronounce as well. You can find it in Google. So I tried to do my best. Okay. So we can gain from individual experience. You know why I added that? So we heard from Mr. Budu saying that you can be a senior software engineer in 1 year, and you can be a senior software engineer in 4 years as well, right? At the end of the day, it's a senior software engineer, right? Right? So that 4-year guy also has 365 days into 4, but the other guy did it in 365 days. But mostly, if you look at the, from the experience that we had with such guys, we know that there are people like him. Okay. Most of the time, they love coding, and when I ask, like, Malli, what are you doing? Yeah, there's a nice article. Golang? Yeah, the new thing has come. I'm trying right now. these guys, I mean, I'm telling, like, these guys are really enthusiastic. They will get it in, I mean, come to certain level in like 1 year. Because as we discussed, we need to follow the passion, and they know their passion, and they are in that area, and that's why they are getting it, right? So, but what I'm saying is this, the organization, how as an organization we get that posterior knowledge, because we need that knowledge. They are the people who are experts in certain areas. So when we need to optimize a database side warehouse or something, there are database experts, there are cloud experts likewise. So the thing that I want to point out here is not the type of knowledge. This type of people are being highly important and highly valued in the industry. Okay? So in order to be that kind of a person, you cannot be, it's not luck or something. You have to do some work, hard work thing. You have to be there and you have to spend certain hours to be an expert. And I see a lot of experts here in future. So we have to work in order to get there. Then there will be time, as said, that they will come to you and get your talent. Okay? So there will be a place where they will ask a cyber security expert, and you just need to go and check and do some consultation, and you will be getting highly paid, right? It's not because of that whatever word you say, the effort, the hours that you have spent in order to gain that knowledge. You have tried it, you have failed it, then you have tried it again, and then you have become an expert. So prior knowledge is independent of experience. So we have heard that we know already 2 plus 2 is 4, right? 2 plus 2 is 4, right? Right? Right or wrong? Come on. Is it right? So that's how confidence is. You are not confident to say that 2 plus 2 is 4. Right? Because we have heard something called that when in the previous session is 2 plus 2 is greater than 4, right? That means 1 plus 1 is greater than 2, right? That kind of thing we have heard, no? That's a different story. That's about the team synergy, right? In logically, when we are speaking, 2 plus 2 is 4. So there's no need to somebody to say that 2 plus 2 is 4, because it's prior knowledge that it's logical reasoning and everything is there. So when it comes to an example of a prior knowledge, we can say, I have seen, I don't remember his name, but there are really great UI UX experience engineers. Previously I said one of the consultants, and she is also one of them, called Sandro Paro. Now he's not in the country. So, but we have recently consulted as well, because we cannot gain that knowledge, or we can return that, we cannot build that knowledge from someone. So it's really, we cannot ask for some internal consultant to come to our office and do a training and make some UX UI engineers. Can we? No, we cannot. You have to have that implicit explicit knowledge, spending hours thinking through it, and you should have your own genes as well, which is very good when it's come to UI UX, right? So there are such people, and it may not be the UI UX. It can be whatever the technology. Okay, it can be even HR, right? So we cannot say which kind of stream it is. So we know there are HR consultants who comes to organization, then analyze it and build the key performance in KPI structure as well, and change the things, right? And do some consultation. So we cannot get it. We can get, if you want to get it in the organization, it is very difficult. So we have to hire as consultants, right? So that's the easiest way of getting it, such knowledge. So we'll go to the next slide. All right. So knowledge transfer plan systematically identifies, captures and documents critical information from experts across the company. It also ensures that this information is structured, stored and transferred to everyone who could benefit from it. Got it? Did you get it? No, right? So the reason you will not remember it even, because this slide I didn't put to get to know what is this knowledge transfer plan. It's because the reason I added this slide is everybody do a KT plan. You know what is a KT plan? And he said he's open to work. Sometimes he might think that I have to change my company. Then he also has to do a KT plan to transfer, right? So likewise, you will be an associate engineer, as a BA, as a PM, as a trainee BA, whatever the things you do when you are changing the project or changing the place, you will be doing a KT plan, right? So this is what is KT plan is about. So it should be transferred, verbal, and it's better to be structured, because the person who is going to read this or understand this KT plan should be able to understand. Otherwise, what will happen? Your mom will get scolded, right? Seriously. Because he is relying on your knowledge. He has to. Because you have done certain part and he cannot get that knowledge without your help. And remember, when it comes to that preparing a KT plan or giving the KT session, don't do lousy jobs. You know, we are people in the industry, right? If you do a shitty stuff to someone, definitely you will get it back. You will suffer it from it, right? So that's why if you are leaving a company, definitely, if it is given a 1 month period or 2 month period notice, don't say that I'll come it in 3 weeks, I'll skip the salary, whatever, I'll come. Don't say that. That's wrong. They might have done the worst thing to you, but never do the same thing to that guy or that person. That's a different story. Remember that I said so, because don't do the same thing that you have been received, because you be professional when you are doing in career, be ethical, because that's why we are here to say our experience, because he said exactly right. And I have been, for this year, I have been faced 3 times doing the same thing. One is a ETL engineer and one is a data scientist saying 2 month notice period, and one is a UI engineer. And all of a sudden, like last week, to recruit, it's really hard. Because you have not done that to anybody in the industry or something, but there are situations that it's happening. But as people who work as professionals, you should never do it. If you say that you will come, you have to come. Because there are people who's relying on you, who has never been seeing you, only maybe in an interview, right? If this guy can build that kind of a trust, what kind of ethic or what kind of heart you have on him to say at the last minute, I got this much of an effort, that's a different story. But then you should not say that you will come, right? Because that kind of a discipline is something that it is not about discipline, it's about, you know, that ethics, right? You have to be with your word, because you have to know that when it comes to industry, this is not like, as he mentioned, this is not like a one-man job. You don't be like a person like, there are individual jobs, no? Person like the meter reader, right? So you can replace it. That's not what the job that you guys are doing, whether you are a BA or a PM or a QA or a tech lead or a CTO or a CEO, right? Because you are working with a team, and as we heard, there are so many relationships. So when you are changing the place, you are breaking them, that's a different story. But when you say your word, that there are several people who's trusting you and who's accounting on you. So it's better, as real professionals, we should keep that our word, right? That's why I put this. Okay, we'll go to the next slide. All right. So this is more of like we heard, like we have to be on KT session, do a KT plan. But this is how it should conducted. So we have to acquire knowledge first. So acquire knowledge, Mr. Sakti, if he's there, he would have agreed with me that if you are a BA or a PM in a company or a project, you should be acquire knowledge before you deliver it to the team. And as he said, most of the projects fail because of bad requirements, right? That's the worst case, because you are as a VA or someone or maybe it's your fault, maybe not, but you are the one who should be able to acquire it, analyze it, and say if there are missing pieces, because a bug that as a BA or a PM you make has the highest cost, because it will go to the delivery and then identify, my God, we have developed the wrong thing. Probably a cow that has no functionality in it, right? All right. So the next thing is the communication. It can be written, it can be verbal. So the communication is something you cannot read and learn, okay? So you have to talk or you have to communicate. So that's why we are here. We will try to do even as a project. We have been discussing as a group, with the cameras on, right, Keith? So that's what we try to do for like 6 hours, 3 by 3, and I'm so glad the session that I had done started at around 9:30 and it went like after 12, because that's the only time I could have been taken and focused for you. And as a team, you guys have agreed to do so and be with me and had a great sessions. So when it comes to application, so that communicated information, you should be apply in order to, that's how you can learn better, right? And you have to accept as who is the receiver. So there's 2 parts now for the transfer. One is who's the sending party and the receiving party. So there's a job to be done in the sending party as well as in the receiving party, right? So we are discussing both here. And the objective is to grab it. So in order to say that the KT transfer has been done, delivered or transferred successfully, we have to grab it successfully. So we'll move into the next one. So why knowledge retention is important? Why it's important? We have discussed it. Actually, you know that when it comes to IT industry, and he is explaining that Virtusa, we have people in multiple countries as well as in many other companies, and we personally work with Indian teams. Recently Ukrainian teams, Japanese teams also there. We are like a global community when it comes to delivering, doing a bigger project. So definitely that in the previous slide you are seeing like a section saying that this is my team. So it's like that in most bigger projects. The team is large. You might not even seeing each other. So that's how, I mean, when we are talking even to people in USA team or whatever, the first thing I ask is, have you ever worked with, like, let's say if it is Ali and Harry, I'm asking whether you have worked with Ali and have you seen Harry. In most cases, they say no, because that's not limited to our country. That's the culture that we are trying to developing as a global, right? So I like the previous presentation because we discussed about some positiveness on working from home. And the thing is, there are things as a trainee you can gain, like internally working in an organization as well, right? So unfortunately, I see most of you guys will miss it. And that's reality, right? I don't think that it will change, because nobody in senior management or higher management doesn't want to change, as well as software engineers, VS, PMs also doesn't really want to change. They like working from home inside heart, right? And it's really hard to manage. Then when the things are not going wrong, then sometimes the project manager or basically the management will suffer because of not being able to deliver what they have been expected as team. That's a different story. But for you, what is important is, now you will be people who will be working from home now, right? So when sometimes you might see your HR in the first day that you're going to sign the appointment letter, right? Then you come back with some people bring like laptops, whatever the package that you have given. Most of the organization is giving a nice package with some notebooks, blah 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 added, and you will come with that package, and you have to work along by not seeing each other. But believe me, we need what is we need? We need to relate to each other. We need that relationship to be built in order to get the knowledge what we need, right? So it's better, as he said, it may not be the technical things that you will be discussing in a team, right? So don't think that, right, this is the CTO, this is the tech lead, okay? I should be discussing technical things only. Just nothing like that. That is not the way that it's happening. So make sure you get to know, closely monitor them, and speak up and express yourself in meetings. So what you really want to excel in that situation? What is it? Is it the technical knowledge? Is it the technical knowledge? No, right? So that is why everybody is saying there are other soft skill sets that we need to improve. Because he said that Angular is changing. And if I remember correctly, the Angular, I mean, one we cannot consider now, the 2 and onwards, it came like early 2016 or 17, right? So how old is Angular? How old? Come on. Some of them are maths people, some of them are art people. Even you guys have done mathematics for O levels now. Come on. How old? Okay, I'm not going to tell. You find it out. But that is the old of the Angular, right? So how he said his experience, right? So it's lesser than most of our experience. What is he telling? Person who joined in 2016 and started with Angular, and people like us learning Angular will already get an experience of how much of years? You calculated it now 4 or 5, right? right? That's why. So what's changing? What's the difference? What's the difference between that guy and this guy? When he's starting, it's about technology, but the other guys have some implicit knowledge of working with some other UIs and etc. that he can be applied in that, right? So it's about the other things which is very demanding in the industry, which is called soft skills, not about hard skills, right? I'm saying that it is not. It is very common thing in our industry because we are not. We are an industry that's not like fully matured, like civil engineering. So most of the things are like coming to an stable position, right? So when it comes to our industry, things are changing. And he might agree, the time that we started our careers, the way we program is not the way we are programming today. It's totally different, right? It's totally different. I'm not going into detail, but I'm saying what is most important out of soft skills and technical skills is soft skills actually. Because if you have soft skills, you can be a person who's not into that, that red square that he has shown. Right? Do you remember? Yeah. You and I are both gone through everything, right? So those are the things that you remember. I don't remember everything what is talked, but I remember certain things I have learned out of this. So that is one of the things. And first, there are a lot of mentors. You can find similar things, right? You can apply them when you are doing this kind of a session, like him, right? So the next thing, we'll move into the next slide. So you might see that I am not speaking about the slides, right? That's not the guy who I am. And madam is right, like 90% of the things, I don't speak about slides. I tried to stick into the slide by putting some notes in here, but some things are natural. So we talked about in benefits of knowledge retention. So when it comes to that, we discuss about actually how the job performance has enhanced. Because when you are given a good KD session, it's very easy you to get into that kind of pace and start your work, right? And remember, the KT session that you are doing to someone else will also help him to get into the job performance as well. So you are helping a person. And this other thing is higher employee engagement. So he said correctly, don't stick into to a particular company. Company is just a name now. Whatever virtues are, charms or whatever it is, it's a name, right? The people that you are working on is the real thing that you see as a company, right? It can be this much of people based on the project that you are working on or how social you are, right? So, and also we say, you can see it any place, like people, the boss is the relationship is with the boss is the real relationship and not the one that's related to directly the company name, right? So if you are a leader, if you are a person who's managing a set of team, you should remember, because as I said, I see a lot of leaders here. Right now they are silent, by the way. But they will come up and talk someday about themselves as well. So definitely you will remember today that you have to have that kind of a relationship with your subordinate to make sure that we are getting the productive work and bring out their commitment and to motivate them, right? It's not about ordering things. As he said, the management of software industry is really changing. So you need to have that human skills to get a group of people work together. And unfortunately, by nature, because we have invented the smartphones, blah blah blah, and the games as well, right? People try to be alone, right? Watching at things, and they don't like to be socialized. They think that the world is what? World as different. So somebody has showing new smartphones. Yes, I think everybody has, no? Right. So likewise, the other thing is we need to engage. So engagement is something that has to have soft skills. We need, if you get if you started as an intern also, or if you have been mentoring as intern or a trainee, you should make sure the first thing or first session that you are having, you are saying about, and you are trying to get interacted or get connected, engage, right? So it's the real thing, as he said, like drawing certain networks. That is how it's really work. So that can be gained because of the knowledge retention, because knowledge retention requires that. So the biggest asset, happy customers. You know what? It's the biggest asset not for the company, but for us as well. There are so many situations, the customer is saving ourselves as well, if you are keep having happy customer, right? So most cases, there are situations for me when I'm working, the mail is directly coming me, there's a bug, please fix, rather than going to a CEO or someone else. It's because of the connectivity thing. But to have that kind of a thing, by having just soft skills as a project manager or BA, you cannot do it. You can do it for like 2 months maximum. You have to have that performance. The knowledge retention will bring the team to that level. Okay? So that's why these happy customers are there as a benefit. And time saving, no need to discuss about this. We have already discussed. Shall we move into the next slide? Okay. We are talking about challenges in knowledge management, right? So when it comes to challenges, the first thing is getting senior leadership buy-in. So I said, no, it is not a thing that you are doing alone. You have to have the support of everybody, not only senior management or including your subordinates to get the things done. And knowledge management, when you are improving it, as we discussed, there are so many changes that we need to do, those stuff, and we need to introduce certain, let's say, Confluence, whatever technologies, and then we have to propose them to the senior management, and they will first thing what they will ask, why am I spending this training? What is this training doing in this budget? Right? So we need to make sure that senior leadership is buy-in and engage with this knowledge management process. Right? So in order to engage, fundamentally what you should have, you should have to have good communication, that relationship, in order to get the things done. Because you will be doing the same thing in next few years definitely. So getting employee buy-in, definitely, because if you want, you might have introducing new document, and you have to make sure that employee will be given the knowledge, that why we are putting it, the importance of it. So when it comes to a culture, that we are understanding knowledge retention and knowledge transfer is important, not for the company also, but for all of us as employees as well, then it's very easy. And the other thing is the technology fatigue. I have seen companies, and also my fellow friends has worked on them as well. They have been gone down because of technology fatigue. In simply, they are reluctant to change. My dear friends, we are living in a world that is changing. So definitely, in order to survive in this world, you should be able to change as well. And you can be an influencer as well. Alright? Because technology fatigue, in the sense, there are companies you might have certain, like, sticking into certain technology. In most cases, the industry has changed, and what will happen is it's very difficult to manage or update or modify that code eventually, because that language or the technology will go down, and you will be able to difficult to find the related people in the industry as well doing such a old technology, and it will be a really burden as well, and sometimes it will lead to the failure and has to close down. So make sure, challenge is, you have to make sure that you are not getting to that, because change is difficult. Like, let's say in 2016, end of 2016 and start of 2017, we have started doing an Angular project, Angular 2, because that's the beginning of Angular 2 as well, and we are glad that we have done it. Because of that, it's easy for maintain, and even today. And the thing is that it's very difficult to start, because I am the project manager at that time on that project. I also would like to go with some technology that we already know, but when I'm reading it, but I'd like to take challenges as well. So then eventually we have gone to that, right? So then definitely today, when we are trying to, when we are started doing the technologies, actually we always try to go for the latest and technologies, because latest in the sense, it's not unstable, but stable technologies, because we have to see that the things that they are rising, because you know that he said now it's Angular 14, right? What is the general age of Angular version? If I remember it connected from 2011 to now, every 4 months they are releasing a new version, new complete version, like 12, 13, 11. I'm telling that because we will discuss. So we have been, that's been suggested by some of the managers to me. Let's create a template and save it, right? And we can reuse it when we need it, because when it comes to user management, in most cases we have similar kind of templates that we can use. Just think like that at the moment. We'll see why it's going to fail. The other thing is keeping knowledge up to date. That's what I really want to say. But if I have created that in 2017, how many times I have to upgrade it? Minimum 14 times. If we are not using that template for at least 10, 12 times, that it's utter waste, right? So we have to convince that this is not going to work. Sometimes we have to wait a certain period and say, here, for a year, for the Angular technology, we are getting this much of projects, at least by looking at this 2 years or etc. behind, and it's useless to do this kind of retain this kind of a knowledge, right? So availability of knowledge for everyone, this is the lowest challenge we have today. We are in IT industry, but I put it because we have found it as a challenge as a group. So we have so many tools and we have so many mechanisms that we can transfer, because especially in IT industry, we have so many tools in different companies, so it's low challenge when it comes to the other challenges. Shall we move on? All right. Yeah. Learning organization culture, right? So what is this? What is culture? Do you have a culture? Right? So everybody knows what is culture, and even organization has culture. USA has USA has different culture. Japan has different culture. This, and you can even see how they are speaking as well, right? And he specifically say in IT industry we don't say sir, and we go with the first name mostly, and a good name whoever likes to say, right? You know why? Because if you are going for especially the European country, US especially, they are not considering, they are considering sir as some, slavery related, like that sort of language. We are not saying sir to say it's a bigger person, right? But if you are speaking with a Japanese person, you will always hear mostly like to 10 words, 1 word sir, because they are so polite, that kind of a culture, right? So likewise, organization also has culture, and who's creating this culture? Some created by the industry, right? And already values and goals and assumptions, and also the people who have been joining with the team newly, and leadership, as well as reward management system. So if there's a reward, let's say, if you are being able to lead or deliver certain KT successfully, you will be getting this kind of a bonus. Definitely you do better, right? So you then that if the, for that kind of a KPI will encourage you to share the knowledge, right? So organization culture is not built by only leadership or someone, or it's not somewhere written. It's everybody who's creating it, who's being connected, right? So you will be also be part of different cultures when you go along. So make sure you adapt to it, you understand the culture as well. So it's easy when you fit with the culture to work, right? So it's a framework, right? At the end of the day, that's how book says. So when it comes to learning organization culture, we talk about like mental models. So if you read about mental models, it's about a tool, I would say. It helps to do critical thinking, right? So there are several techniques, like one is Feynman technique, which I like. So you learn something by teaching someone, and when you are teaching to the group, as a group, we go into places that doesn't give you real meaning or real definition for what you have been learning. So then go back and think about that, right? So that's how you learn. And the other thing is system thinking. So when it comes to especially mostly on new people who's joining to the industry, I see a lack in this area. It's because they are not confident, maybe they are not trying to go beyond and understand. Probably it's not about everybody can thinking. It's not about thinking or ability to learn. It's 90% it's not communicator. And he rightfully said that don't wait to communicate if you are failing, and explicitly say that it's failed, right? So this system thinking does is, if you understand other than whatever you given, like let's say you have been given to create a data grid. Okay, I'll take a technical example now. How many of you know what is a grid? if I say data grid, is it meaningful for you? A day in UI, think about a common place that you can see. I mean, there are so many grids. In, we'll get like TripAdvisor or Booking.com or those kind of things that you can see list of hotels and all searchable and etc. Some of them are as grids. In some airline websites as well, we have searchable grids, right? So let's say this is a grid, that kind of a grid that has list of users inside it, right? So you are asked to prepare this grid, right? So if you start doing it without thinking about other areas, you will end up with doing a grid. But you can better job that you understand about the whole system, because let's say the grid, it has lots of users. Have you heard something called pagination or page loading? It's like, you know that grid has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In the bottom you can go to the pages and go to the next page and list down the next 10, etc. If it is not, then we will skip that example. Have you seen? Okay. So system thinking is like, just see that based on the number of users or number of data that's in the grid, the way that we design should be changing, right? You can create a grid, but there are functionalities that you should be developing. It depends on the system that you are going to put that into, right? So the other thing is personal mastery. And I see a lot of people have doing it already. What is personal mastery? Mastering means what? When you say a guru or master, what it is? You have become master. You have become an expert, right? Personal mastery is about being expert. So I have seen a lot of cyber security courses that you guys are following, because I asked you guys to join with my team. My team to join with me. So I checked on the LinkedIn and all. I love that most people are following at least certain certifications and all. So gaining knowledge, I love it. So as an organization, we should be encouraging those stuff as well, because why? As individual, those performances definitely help as a group to be successful in projects. And the other thing is, we have also discussed about team learning. Team learning is actually about sitting through a training session together as a team and learning. Right? Sitting as a team and learning. That is what? Team learning. Right? No, right? It's not about that. So each member should be able to contribute. And that's what we did as an exercise, you know. We have built this thing together, and I'm not the one who's built that part. And we discuss about the things, and just we search, everyone searched about the keywords, special words, and what are the mental models, etc., and come up with them. And people who are good at doing sure. So that's about shared vision. And let's move into the next one. So we are at the last stage. So benefits of creating a learning organization culture, right? So we know that all the companies, and 90% of the companies in IT industry, we need improved innovation, because we are not delivering the same product over and over again or project. It's different. So innovation can be learned something, it has to be fostered. And the other thing is, problem solving, and problem solving. In early childhood, in the exams, we can do it alone, but as an organization, you don't need to do it. There are experts. So if you are being here in the industry and is a CTO, doesn't mean that you know everything, or a tech lead, that doesn't mean that you know everything. So we have to go to the people who has that knowledge and gain it. And also it brings the greater efficiency. So, I think quickly, so I would say that 1 + 1 is greater than 2 in here, because, have you heard something called pair programming? Earlier we did in physically, where 2 people sitting together in front of one machine and coding. You might think that you can do two different work, but it's really fast. And I used to practice it when you are at your age. There are places that we have to do some in projects that we need to do some codings, etc. So I really hate typing it. I found a good BA who can type faster. So I asked him to sit with me and start typing it, and I explain. I've given the code to type. It's very fast. Okay. So the other thing is knowledge sharing, and we discuss about it. And it helps to organization to adapt to fast changing market. So the market is fast changing. It's because the IT industry is definitely changing. Today the IT market is also 5.3 trillion. Like 2 years ago it's 5 trillion altogether in the industry. I by-heartedly I said it because don't afraid, in a 5.3 trillion market you have a job, okay? You can find a place. It's global, so there are places, you can find a place, don't be afraid. What you need to do, improve is the skills that we have all talked about, right? So finally, it's next slide about thank you. So that's the knowledge sharing and retention that I have to discuss. So mainly what I want to focus you guys is not about the organization and how we retain, etc. What you should practice in order to make sure we, in an organization, to happen a successful knowledge retention and knowledge sharing sessions, right? So basically, my final say is, you need to focus on developing skills that enhance your communication. Sir said that we have been going with financial difficulty, and you should be thankful for everybody that we have been facilitating this kind of a thing. And it's important, and as an individual, to gain the maximum out of it. Thankfully, I got a lot of insights from everybody. And thank you very much for inviting me here as well. And I would like to see you in the industry, and I hope that I'll meet some of you as well. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, as the time constraint and with the time constraint, and we are running out of the time and students having a lecture, we'll wind up this session because before the questions we have to wind up because with the time constraints. And thank you very much for your insightful speeches. And I'm giving the session and handing over the session to Imarsha and Naveen. Thank you very much, everyone.
We learned a lot, we gained a lot. We extracted the essence of a wonderful session. And now it's time for us to show our gratitude towards all panelists for their time, effort, and most importantly, for enlightening the audience in identifying challenges faced by young undergraduates. Now we cordially invite the Dean of the Faculty, Mr. B.S. Srilankan, to hand on the tokens of appreciation and certificates to the distinguished panelists. Mr. Pubudu.
Mr. Tuan Shafar.
And Mr. Kasun Jayasinghe. The tokens of appreciation and the certificates in due time.
Sir, we kindly request you to remain a little bit because with great pleasure we would like to invite the moderator for today's session, Ms. Anne Pereira, to accept the certificate of appreciation. Without her, this event wouldn't have become a reality. Her unwavering commitment and immense guidance have motivated all of us to make this event a success. She has always been our pillar of strength. She is none other than our beloved lecturer, Dr. Tanuja Sandanayaka. Madam, we have a small token of appreciation for you. We kindly invite you on stage to accept the souvenir, and our batchmate Nemal will present it on behalf of batch 19.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this session. Leaving wonderful memories behind to take back home, we have come to the end of Meld 2022. We had a very productive and insightful session with 6 experts in the IT industry. Once again, thank you very much for your time and presence here today.
We wish to extend our gratitude and thanks to all of you who have taken the time to participate in this event. Thank you all and have a great day.